Hello there. I think the music's too loud. That's what I think. No one's complained about this. I feel like people should be upset with it. Helio, how's it going? Thank you so much for that game key. I would like to play that on stream, but not today. I'm excited to try it out though. So, you got some tomatoes going. That's good. Now I lost my train of thought because I said hello to Helio. So I don't even know what I was talking about. What was I going to say? I was going to talk about probably Sudoku or something. That was very generous. I do really appreciate that. Thank you. Oh yeah, I was complaining about the music. I went back and like looked at that video because I was that puzzle that from the last stream, Helio's puzzle, which was so good and so hard, but which I feel at least good that I forged a new path in. In looking at the video, that I feel like the music was too loud. So I'm gonna make it more like, I don't know, 3% instead of 5%. Well, the song ended, so that was perfect timing. Kyle, here's the problem. The answer is, first of all, is... Oh, I thought I went back and did that after you wrote. But I can double check that. I thought I went back and tried to rate it after you mentioned that. So Kyle, here's the thing. First of all, yes, I have mastered every variant in Variant Sudoku. There's no... basically unstoppable. I'm basically the best solver on the face of the earth. But... every time I master every variant, Blobz comes along with a new variant. And it's frustrating because I have mixed feelings about it. Because on the one side, you know, I don't want to just rest on my laurels as the greatest Sudoku solver in the history of the world. I want new challenges. But what happens is we get these new variants and variants on top of variants and whatever. And so right now we're in... Blobz is in his volts phase, and so it's a new variant that I have to destroy. Basically, there's no other way around it. Speaking of that, actually, and speaking of Helio, I went and looked at that puzzle that you said was proper hard, and was just trying to even thinking about wanting to solve it, and it hurt my feelings so much. Where was that one? That was. Let's see. That was... Is the music audible? I don't even know. It was this one, The False Tautology, which has there's some poetry to that name, but it's very threatening poetry. I look at this and I'm like, well, this puzzle's gorgeous. I love it. I love the way it looks. It's one of the most beautiful puzzles I've ever seen. Love the colors, love everything about it. And then I start to read about it, and I start to read about these the psycho look and say killers, which sounds like a mid 2000s album from a band in Brooklyn that has like a "the" in their name. It would be like whatever, The Commissary. That'd be a weird name for a band, but it'd be like the Evocation, the Elastics, something like that. And they would live in Brooklyn, and then they would release an album called Psycho Look and Say Killers or something like that. And then I saw this, and then I went... Didn't you have a link for like a easy version or like a demo of the Look and Say? Anyway, I went and tried to do an easier Look and Say killer, the easy Look and Say killer, and it was even that felt brutal to me. So I'm afraid of this. That's an insane... I mean, I love the name of a variant, Psycho Look and Say Killers. It's great. I like the idea of splitting numbers into into coordinates, which is interesting. But man, oh boy, didn't you do an easy version of this or like an intro to it or some? I did a. Somewhere I did a. Oh, that's what I did. I went over here. Right? No. Well, now I'm confused. Anyway. I did the intro, and it was cool, and it was interesting, but boy, it was not... it was upsetting. And to see these just be empty, oh boy. Oh, it's this one, right? Run, 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 run away. No, I did an easier one. It was this one. This is the one I did. I see. Got it. Okay. I did this one. I enjoyed it. I found it challenging. Especially like this region over here, where it's like, okay, one of these indexes a 6 and the others don't. So you end up with these negative constraints that are, whoo boy. That, and this was not, it's a different kind of thing, but it reminded me of that, so the Rubik's Cube puzzle that was on Cracking the Cryptic this week with the, also like a very insane indexing. That one was even crazier indexing, but indexing puzzles, I like indexing puzzles. When they are limited only to 159, basically. Anything that gets out of 159 is no longer allowed. Oh, sorry, I missed you gaming with Shower Yacht. Forgive me for getting that completely wrong. Hello and welcome. So the thing we're going to do today is, hey Scojo, how's it going? It's like, I mean, oh boy, I don't know how to feel about them. So psycho look and say killers are daunting, but I can wrap my mind around them. The ambiguous ones are, oh boy, no kick in the pants. Scojo, I was so interested to see what Blobz had posted about the you recommend not trying to solve Voss tautology. I feel like I'll only be able to solve that if I have like notes pinned up all over my office. That note from Blobz about the that you're both approaching. What was that in here? You're both approaching 100,000 solves. What a milestone. It's kind of amazing that, gosh, Scojo, I feel like you surely have more puzzles than this, right? You just don't have them all on Logic Masters? Is that... Or do you think you really only have 92 puzzles released? Yeah, very impressive. Congrats on that. I do notice that one of my other favorite solvers is setters, Willpower. Channel favorite setter, also just right up there. Oh, you don't? Is this a trick? Is it a trap? I see. Some of these numbers are just outrageous. This one, though, James Sinclair. I do love James Sinclair puzzles. I posted on the Discord that I would be curious for someone else someone else to try to solve this, because it did not look very daunting. So this was from J.W. Sinclair's Artisanal Sudoku series, and it's got 4 stars here. He rates it in Artisanal Sudoku on a 10-point scale. Anyway, it doesn't, by the rules, there's nothing crazy about these rules, but I found this puzzle to be incredibly difficult. This was something like a 4.5 hour solve for me, which I know what you're thinking. A 4.5 hour solve is not unusual for me because I tend to make a mistake and have to start over. But I didn't even start over. It just really took me that long. It felt like the break-in was hard fought and then lots of subsequent conclusions. Now, that probably means I missed something that was a very obvious conclusion, because you can just see this Rinban. There's lots of pressure here, but I really enjoyed it. It was just way harder than I thought it was going to be. I looked at it and I was like, yeah, this is a piece of cake. Anybody could do this. You even get a bunch of evens, no problem. It was an interesting the interplay of like these even digits and knowing the like variable even oddness, or I should say double even or even oddness of black crockies, and the even odd constraints of Rinban. It was pretty interesting in that way. But I think what really what really made it interesting and challenging for me, and again, I feel like I missed something obvious, was the skyscraper and the relationship to the skyscraper and the sort of arrangement of digits as they could appear on the rim band. So anyway, I enjoyed it. I think I didn't do it very well. But this puzzle, I love the look at this. Okay, this puzzle, this is a beautiful grid. Let's pick a background, and then I will start to write basically a love letter for how beautiful I think this grid is. Look at this galaxy. That's cool. Let's just go with that. Oh boy. So I love this grid. This grid is gorgeous. I love, one, the appearance that all of these digits are just rushing through space, which is exciting. Got a lot of motion there. Uh-oh. Oh, wait. Doublers. The whole kind of category of digit modifiers, I don't know what you would call that category. I find difficult, where it's like, I mean, there's so many versions of it. Like, oh, this is a doubler, or this is somewhere in here, these digits are going to count as half, or whatever. Like, I'm sure there's a name for that realm of rules, but it's rough. Anyway, first of all, I love the motion that we see. But second of all, and I didn't even appreciate this at first glance, that the rows are all numbered, which is very charming. We just call those modifiers. There's some I don't mind so much. I mean, I guess I like split personality digits a little more than modifiers. You know, like when a 1 can be a 1 or a 10 or that kind of thing. Modifiers, I mean, they're kind of fun. It's like a little Easter egg hunt to look for them, but I have to be in the right mood. Okay, anyway, we know these digits. In fact, we're gonna know. I don't have any indication what the difficulty of this puzzle is, but it looks at a glance pretty accessible, right? So basically, we just normal Sudoku, we have rin bands, and we have volts, and volts are this new crazy kind of cage where repetition is allowed, but orthogonally adjacent digits cannot be contained in the volt. So as an example, this 2 means that this entire huge volt cannot have a 2 in it. It also can't have a 6 in it. Also can't have a 3 in it. So this entire huge volt does not have 2s or 6s or 3s, which kind of doesn't seem possible. Ooh, the one-ified killer. Interesting. Is that on your Discord? Scojo, I feel like I need to go behind on. I haven't done a Scojo puzzle in a while. So, okay, but it feels like we can very quickly start thinking about even not thinking of volts. We can think about rim band logic just immediately, right? Like this rim band has a 9 on it. So isn't it just required to have a 7 and an 8? And this rim band has a 1 on it. So this is required to be 2, 3, 4. This has a 2 on it, which means it's 1, 2, 3, 4, or 2, 3, 4, 5. So it has a 4 on it, and it's right here. Is that true? This line always has a 3 and a 4, and then a 1 or a 5. And that, if it was a 5, it'd have to be here. But it means that, I think it means there's always a 3 and a 4. And that the 4 can't be in here because it's a 2, 3, 4 triple. And the 4 can't be here, so that's a 4. And then it's a 1, 5 with a 3, and that's not the 1. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm gonna maybe this weekend just settle down a little bit and do 10,000 Scojo puzzles to give you a little bump in the numbers. In this 2, 3, 4, well, there's also a 3 here. So this is the 3. So we have 2, 3, 4, and then either a 1 or a 5. This rim band always has a 4 on it. That seems to be there. It can't have 1 or 2 on it though. So it has to be the other side of that. Is this a... not brutally hard Blobz puzzle. It feels, I mean, I don't want to speak out of turn here, but right now, this puzzle feels fairly manageable. This always has a 7 on it. I think it could have a 9. I mean, this is 6, 7, 9. 7's okay. I mean, 7 has to be okay because we need a 7. This is either 7 with 8, 9, or 5, 6. There's no 8, actually. This 8 is next to this volt. Well, this is not an 8, I should say. So if this is not an 8, I don't know what that means for you. This could never be a 9 because for this to be a 9, this would have to be an 8. So that's not a 9. These are a little more annoying, right? We know there's no 1 and 2 on here, but we already knew there's no 1 in this world. So that seems like the ultra low hanging fruit. This cannot be... Well, this can't go too far down because it can't be 3. So it's not 6, 5, 4, 3. So there's no, gosh, so I'm sorry. Okay, it could be. The whole line is not in the cage. Only this digit. It's only this digit is precluded from being a 3 and then a 7 or an 8. What do we have up here? We have 7, 8, 9. That's not an 8. Just 1? That name rings a bell. Isn't there like just 1 and then not just 1 or something like that? Or am I thinking of some different... Oh, okay. So I haven't seen this. Here, let me take care of this. Okay, got it. I did it. Do I like this puzzle? Yes, I do, in fact. But I feel like I just solved a puzzle by someone that was called something like not just 1. In fact, I think it was an artisanal Sudoku. Am I insane? Was it this week? Wait, that was value added, dug in, crawl space. Okay, sorry. Out loud. I feel like I just did a puzzle where there were 2 versions of it. And I unfortunately don't know that I entered the solution. Well, heck, I don't know. I mean, it was pretty good. Is that a record solve? I do actually kind of wish that Sudoku Pad, that somehow solve times were tracked publicly, but also I hope that never happens because... it was just once and not just once. And this is a hard puzzle, but it's good. Okay. I thought that sounded very familiar. So there's just once, which is very manageable, and it's good, it's fun, and it's easy. But it looks very similar to not just once, which is this puzzle, which is way harder than it looks. Yeah, so that one's a 4-star, but it's good. This is a good puzzle. Okay, we were just saying that this is not, this is not allowed to be a 5 because there's a 5 in here. So that's a 6, that's a 5. This is not allowed to be a 9 because there's already a 9 down here. So that's not 9. So that means 9 is up here. There's probably more of those that I'm missing. That is going to mean 7 or 8. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, this isn't going up. Probably. Maybe it is. Maybe there's a way for it to be like 7, 8, 9. I guess if it was 7, 8, this would be okay. 9. Okay. Jumping to conclusions again. This 4 means this is not a 4, so it does mean there's a 4 up here. 2, 3, 4. Oh, are we roping? I mean, we're roping a little bit, right? We got a little rope going on. That makes me think. It feels like there's a meaningful conclusion from that I don't actually. I don't know. Over here we do need the 1, and then we also need. Okay, the 1's definitely over here. So this is 5. We need the 1, and we need the 9, and we need the other half of the 7, 8 pair. That's not a 7 because it sees it. Are any of these digits forbidden? I don't think so yet. We only have lowish digits out here. So that would be 1, 8, and 7, 9, which seems to track with this. So that makes me want to make this 5. Well, it is. It is. It's 6. Do I really know that? I mean, just looking at what it looks like it's going to rope. But I don't want to jump to conclusions. But 1 here, 1 here, so there's definitely a 1 there. And that's okay with everybody. There's certainly a 6 in here. The 1 is definitely down here, the 9 is definitely down here, so 7, 8, it is the other half. It's the other half of the 7, 8 pair. This is the 6, and the other half of the 7, 8 pair, but it's definitely where the 6 is. This is definitely where the 1 and the 9 are. So then we need the other half of the 7, 8 pair over here, along with the 1 and the 9. So it's a 7, 8 pair with the 1 and the 9. Which means that this is 5 and 6 and the other half of the 7, 8 pair. 5 and 6 and the other half of the 7, 8 pair. That's 1 and 9. Because we know 5 and 6 are over here. 5 is not here, by the way. 6 is not here, by the way. 9 is not there because we ruled it out because we'd be ruling out that 9. Is there anything else in here that would be... Yeah, 5 can't go here because that would be upsetting to everyone. So that is the 5. 1, 7, 8, 9. At least one of those digits is ruled out. In other words, this is not a 7, 8 pair. Well, it's not a 7, 8 pair anyway, because one of them's a 9. That was a false tautology. That was actually a true tautology, I'm going to say. It was a truly tautological statement. The 9 is in here because it's in here. Well, I thought we'd get... Feels like there's more... I mean, just the pool of digits we have available to us in here feels tight. I guess we still could have a 1. But if that's 1, then it's ruled out. We can't have 2, we can't have 3, we can't have 4, we can't have 6. And either 7 or 8 will also be ruled out, but I don't know right this second which. This could be 4. Just think about going downwards. Are we gonna always rope across? I don't know, but 4 is pretty constrained in here because so is 9. We have to let 4 and 9. 4 and 9 have to be allowed to be in this box. And 4 is not there or there or there, right? Right? 4 is not there or there. 4 is not 6, and 4 can't be adjacent. So one of those does have to be 4. For there to be a 4 on here, there has to be a 5 on here. And that 5 couldn't go here, well, obviously. But maybe 5 could go there. And then we have a similar concern about 9. Where 9 is not here, or here, or here, or here. But it seems like 9 is allowed in there. We also have to think about the other digits we know that are forbidden, which right now it's 2, 3, and 6. But that doesn't mean they're required to be next to. It just means we know they're out of. Meaning 2 and 3 are not inside here. So 2 and 3 are out here. 2 is not there. 3 is not there. But either could be here. 2 can never be here. Yeah, okay. 2 in this box is not there. And it's not in the cage. So it's here or here, but for this to be 2, that'd be 6, 5, 4, 3. There's no 2 here. That is, so this is a 2. I'm just gonna put a 2 over here. I don't know if this is really the way to solve the puzzle. Kind of feels like it probably isn't. 9 means that this is an 8-7 pair, and it would put one of those next to the side of this, but that seems to be allowed. In fact, it'd be the same digit because this digit would see both of those. This does not have a 1 because it doesn't have a 2. It could maybe have a 3. But it definitely has a 5, 6, right? Because there's no 2 on here. So the minimum we could have on here is a 3. 3, 4, 5, 6. So 5 and 6 are definitely present on here. Which that's an insane way to pencil mark, but I was feeling like we could rule them out. But maybe we can't. Five. Yeah. Okay, the 5 we can do. We know there's a 5 on this line. There's definitely 5 on this line. It's not here because of the rules of adjacency. It's not here because of that one. So that is a 5, which does put a 5 down here. Does rule this 5 out. But this could be still 7, 8, 9. Could still be 5, 6, 7. This could be 6. This can't be 6, I think. Because it'd be 6, 7 without 5 or 8. So that is not a 6 for whatever that's worth. Which I don't know that I really thought there could be a 6 in there anyway. It does mean one of these 2 digits is in here. Which maybe means... Well, no, we know the 7 is in there. So that does mean there's a 6. So this is the 3, 6 pair. 4, 5, 6, 7. No, it's a 3, 6, 7 triple. Right? because this could be as low as 3. Like 3 is a valid digit to have here. So it could be 3, 4, 5, 6, or it could be 4, 5, 6, 7. If it were 7, it couldn't be there. So this is always 3 or 6. This 7 is at the moment legal because that 7 could escape. This 3, 6 is, I guess, a little fishy because of this, but maybe not fishy because of this. This can't have a 4 at all. So we should have seen this hours ago. So this is 6, 7, 8, right? Because there's no 4 on this line, but it does have a 5. So it's 5, 6, 7, 8, I think. So that makes that a 7. So that is going to rule 7s out of there. I'll talk about that in a moment. So that is not a 7. That is a 3, 6 pair, which maybe at this moment is okay. Almost feels like I made a mistake in that logic. Did I? Is that really true? If I'm coming from the bottom side, I have to have a 4, and I don't. So anyway, that's a 7. That means 7 is ruled out of here. But it could still... No. Actually, it does. Right, interesting. 7 is touching this land. Yeah, so 7 can escape somewhere in here, but it's definitely not in here. I don't know if that really helps me immediately. Because 7 could still be there. That's... 9 is definitely in there, and it's in there with a 1 or an 8, I guess. 4 and 9 are allowed in here. Okay. So, that means 5... 5's definitely down here. It's not there. I guess it is we don't know. I mean, there's definitely... Yeah, I don't know. About 5. You know, there's a 4 over here somewhere. I feel like I'm missing something very... Oh yeah, this is a 6-8 pair. I am missing something obvious. That's the 3. That's the 6. So 6s are ruled out of here, which doesn't help. It does rule 3 out of here, but 3 could still be in these places. If the 3 is here, this has to be a 4. But at the moment, that seems to be possible. Does mean, excuse me, does mean that 4 is over here somewhere. Seems to me that 5 is over there too. 5 is not here. 5 is not 7 or 8 or 9. 5... Oh, I'm sorry. 5 is forbidden by adjacency, and 5 is seen there. So this is the 5. I was about to argue the incorrect thing. That is an 8 then. So I have a 7 and an 8 that is flanked by 6, 9. It does mean that no 8s are allowed in here, but I didn't think 8s were allowed in there. 2's over here. That's a 7, 8 pair. 3... 2's and 3's must be over here, right? No. Sorry, because there could be a 3 here. Oh, but wait a minute. Where does 3 go in here? 3's are not there, and 3's are not allowed to be in the cage, right? 3 is not there. 3 is adjacent to this whole cage. So I think this is 2, 3. So this is not 3. So this is 3, which seems fine. Who else lives outside? It was 2, 3, 6, and 7. So if 7 were on this line, it would have to be here. 2, 3, 6, 7, and then one other digit. That's not an 8, and that is not an 8. Almost pushes 8 in here, but it seems like it can weasel its way out. We talked about 4s. We have a 2-3 pair here. We have a 7-8 pair. So we are missing 1-4. So 6 in this box is just here. And then this is a 1-4 pair. So 1s are on the inside. So we can say this is not 6. So that is a 7-9 pair, which seems fine at the moment. Means 9s are required to be allowed, but I don't know that that does anything there. But we're saying 1s are definitely allowed in the box, or they're required to be in the box. So that means this can never be 1. And that means 1 is definitely in here. And that means this is a 1-9 pair. And that means this is a 6, I guess. And that this is not 6. We get a 7-8 pair here. This is the other half of this 7-8. So 2, 3, 5, 6. Oh, 7 and 8 aren't allowed. Well, how about that? Neither 7 nor 8. So the excluded digits are 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we have 2. Oh, no, I'm sorry. 5's not excluded. That's diagonal. We're fine with the 5. 5 is included. Excluded is 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. So this is the other half of that 7, 8 pair. This is... I guess this is just the other half of that 1-9 pair upstairs, of this 1-9 pair. And this is 1-4-9, because those are the digits allowed in the dungeon. But I think these are all really allowed. Now, we know that 1 is not here. We do have a 7-8, so we can't go all the way down to 3. Could be like 7, 6, 5, 4, maybe. So 4 is potentially allowed here, but 1 is definitely not ever going to be there. We don't have to have a 5 because it feels like it could still go up. Because it could be 6, 7, 8, 9. No, it can't. This digit has to be 5, I guess. For this to be a 9, this has to be a 7-8 pair, right? If I put a 9 here, this has to be a 7-8 pair, and this can't be 7 or 8. So that is a 4. That is not a 4. So we get the 1-9 pair there, and this means we have to bridge 6 and 4 with the 5. I'm seeing tomatoes. Have I done something wrong? That is not a 5, and that's okay. Rad Dude, how's it going? Welcome back. Seems like we've pushed a 5 over here. And that's obviously not a 5. So that is going to place a 5 here. So 5s are not allowed in this land. So we have all, this world's all figured out. And we also know which digits are allowed in here. Because 2, 3, 6, 7, 8 are excluded, it is only 1, 9, 4, 5 that are allowed inside, right? So this is 1, 9, 4, 5, and it can't be any of those except for the 1. I think that's true. I mean, I guess another way to think of this, just to double check myself, is this could certainly be a 1, it could be a 3, or it could be some other digit, a 4. And, well, that's all that's allowed. It just is a 1 from through both paths. That is a 9, that's a 1, that's a 1, that's a 9. That's exciting. There's no 1s here. This is a 3-4 pair, which maybe means something. I think it doesn't actually. So another thing about this vault is we've now fully surrounded it, I think. Right? I think there's no more ambiguity about like what's inside or outside of this vault. I think this vault is effectively complete. which is cool. Over here, we need the other half of the 2, 3 and the other half of the 1, 4. Those are all, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. We haven't excluded anything. It does mean there's a low digit in here that we haven't considered, but that's fine. 7, 8, 7, 8, 9. Are we roping everywhere? No, because this is 3, 4, 1, and this is 5, 1, 3. We did rope up here, and this looks pretty ropey, but maybe it's not. 7 has to live inside there. 8 is forbidden from being in there. 5 is forbidden from being in there. 7 and 9. So you have to be a little careful with the 9. Well, also we just know where the 9 is in here. 9's not down here. That is the 9. 9 is down here, and that is happy. So that is going to put 6 down here along with some other low digits. And that's not a 6. Roll this 9 out, seemingly. Feels like we probably know somewhere up here that I am properly paying attention to. We are placing a 7 or an 8 in here, and it is in fact a 7. And that's an 8, a 7, an 8, a 7. That's going to bounce all over the place, which is fun. All over the place. Gosh, that was a load-bearing digit. So 8 is out of the cage here. 6, 8. So 6 and 8 will now be forbidden. Because we already knew 6 was forbidden. That's a 1-9 pair, so that is a 7. Where's over here? That's okay. 1 and 9 being in here. But only 1 or 9 will be allowed in this land, which is kind of interesting. But it also means that 9 is definitely in. I mean, 9 in this place is... Yeah, okay. Well, it's not that great. 6 is down here, though. 9 down here... I don't know if I care about this. Like, it's not adjacent to this, and it's not there. So one of those is 9, but we probably knew that by other means. Oh yeah, row 9 column 2 is indeed a 6. These digits are low. We have to be careful of these that are going to be battling via adjacency. 3 or 4 is going to be excluded. I don't know if I know which one is. 7 must not be excluded. No, we already placed the 7s. Never mind. That was silly. Silly statement. 1 must not be excluded. Sorry, 1 must not be included. 1 is not allowed in here anywhere. So 1 is in one of those two, which seems possible. Seems like a thing that we might allow ourselves. This song is not good. Now we have 3, 4 pair here and a bunch of other digits. So we just need 1, 2, and 6. Is that right? That can only be the 2. I think this 2 and 3 is also going to do some work. I'm going to get that that cool e-ink thing that Life is Yours posted. This feel like a dream Sudoku input device could be this. You could set this up to change between. So you know, this could be your palette, and this could let you change between like letters, numbers, colors, and stuff. I don't know. Thinking about it. It'd be pretty cool. It's not cheap, unfortunately. I'd like to make it. This is just a single screen with buttons on it. But, okay. Sorry, distracted. Okay, so we placed 2 and 4 here. So there's no 2, 4 here. So we get a 1, 3 pair here. So there's no 1, 3 here. That's... this can't be a 1 because 1 is allowed in here. So that's 3. That's a 1. That's not 1. So this is 1, which is fine. So this is, I'm going to just say this is okay, even though we have to think more about this. I think it would be kind of cool. I've been thinking that it would be fun. I mean, that's just up my alley to make a completely ridiculous, needless peripheral, because I'm very opposed to making useful things. I think it would be fun to make a silly Sudoku peripheral. It's somewhere on the horizon. This is 2, 3, 4. And we're gonna have to be careful with that, right? Yeah, 2, 4 pair. That's the 3. That's the 2. Nope. What did I miss an option? What did I just do? Oh, it's not just 2, 3, 4. I'm sorry. It's 2, 3, 4, 8. Good grief. 2, 3, 4, 8. That just was like 2, 3, 4, 8. It helps if you include all the possible digits. And that is not 3 or 8. So that is the 2, 4 pair. So that is the 3 and that is the 8. Okay. So what does that mean? That means this is not a 3, so this is a 3, which is allowed. So that looks pretty done. All right. And then neither 2 nor 4 are in here, so we don't really know the nature. But this means that 2 is not allowed in here. So this is the 4, the 2, the, oops. Come on. Okay, the 4, the 2, and that's the 2, and that's the 4. And all we are left with is 9. It's just 2, 9, and then, but 2 means, yeah, well, we know that anyway. I don't even think about it. Nice, that was so smooth. What a smooth puzzle. How did it take me 40 minutes? Maybe just because I got distracted. I love it. This, where does that actually manifest? Thank you. You think it's possible to get another answer in this? Really? You don't think it's unique? I mean, it's fairly constrained by the rin bands and the volts. Anyway, I got the answer that Sudoku Pad thinks is the answer, so I will go with that. You think there's a way to switch these? But then that would switch these, which would switch these, and then these two 2s would be looking at this, and this would be a 2, 4. Oh, sorry, you're saying... I think these 2s would forbid that, because I think you'd end up with a 2 in here. And if you try to switch this 4 and 2, you end up with 2 in here, which is forbidden elsewhere. And you couldn't just swap every 2 and 4 because the rin band wouldn't allow it. So I think you'd run into trouble. Some of these rin band lines would allow it, but not others. I loved the look of this with the zooming digits through space. The volt logic was very smooth this time. Yeah, Blobz would never do that. And I think it breaks down by the time you get to here. But I like that. And it was manageable. It was a very palatable puzzle. So I would like to do, Blobz gave me a couple more, so I think I'm going to do one more puzzle and then call it. The other one, because this is just the Blobz show, always and always will be. Although sometimes it'll be the Scojo show, sometimes the Helio show. Even though now I'm terrified of Helio after looking at that false tautology puzzle. I tried another 4-star puzzle the other night, and I had trouble even breaking in. Which, you know, according to Scojo logic, which I agree with, makes it a 5-star puzzle, because if I can't do it, it's obviously 5 stars. So, what is this? Some Latin I don't understand. Blobz 100k solves are all me. In the cage, in this cage, it does, because if you put a 2 here, it's forbidden by Volt rules, because both of these 2s are adjacent to this, so 2s are not allowed in here. I remember when Manifold Garden, it's one of those things that I paid attention to a lot during development, because I believe that didn't the developer of that stream a lot of the work, if I remember correctly? I seem to remember the developer streaming that on Twitch or somewhere. Maybe I'm misremembering that. Yeah, this was the artist. Yeah. Manifold Garden dev stream. So, oh, is it really? I should play it. It's one of those things that is so ridiculous, and this is not an excuse. It's just one of those weird things where I was tracking the development on Twitch at the time and would check in here and there, and then somehow in my mind that satisfied my requirement to pay attention to Manifold Garden, and then when it came out I never actually played it. So, and it looks actually like the author of another puzzle from or another game from that.
Should be back now.
Are we streaming right now? I recognize, isn't this also, why do I recognize this? Wasn't that also, yes, this puzzle game. So this is the author of a puzzle game that is also in that puzzle bundle. That's funny. Oh no, false tautology simple by comparison. Okay, this is a complete aside, but I am interested, and I was hoping that it would be the case. When I saw that new CTC puzzle was called Rubik's Cube, it was an amazing puzzle, but I was hoping it would be something that required 3D thought, and it doesn't exactly. It kind of does, the way the indexing works. Like, you could argue that it's XYZ coordinates, and maybe that truly does work in terms of the Rubik's Cube, but I like the idea of like folding and unfolding the grid and things like that. And I had the most ridiculous topology lesson last night trying to untie a knot, only to find that it was impossible to untie the knot. But I learned all about not all about. I had to start learning about knot theory. And my partner had a necklace that was tied in this exact knot. And it is baffling how that could even be possible, because I think it is not possible to untie this without disconnecting the end. So that's what I ultimately did, kind of. But it was interesting to think about like continuous topologies that weave into each other, because I think it could be really amazing to think about, how do I want to say this? To think about a Sudoku grid in 2.5D, so that these are kind of, oh yeah, here's what I want. Okay, Helio, this is what I want. I'm not going to set this, or Scojo, Blobz, anyone who's listening. What if you had lines that wove through the grid? So, for example, in this case, you could say something crazy like, you know, this Rin band is actually weaving under this digit, so it doesn't count. Or like, yeah, so that there's dimension, there's planar dimension to the way the lines interact. I think it'd be really cool, but I don't even know where to start really exploring it. But I like that idea of, you know, almost like you have an orthographic view of this and it looks flat and 2-dimensional, but then if you turned it sideways, it would actually be 2.5D and all stacked up. Anyway, let's do, look at this beautiful puzzle. It's adorable. I actually time something. I don't know what Fugit. Time flies. Oh, I should probably have assumed that. Time flies. What a charming little puzzle. So, I learned a trick today, a machining trick on Mr. Crispin's machining channel that had mathematical implications that I'm not comfortable with. But you know how they always make fun of like programmers rounding pi to like 3. There's like the meme of rounding pi to 3, and even 3.14 is like perhaps a little questionable, even though I don't think it takes that many digits of pi to like plot something in the entire known universe. But he did a trick that seemed fairly accurate, but it basically rounded 2 pi to 6. So it was pi as 3, but it seemed to work. I don't know. I'm confused by it. I'm tempted to bring up the video, but we'll do this puzzle. Pi is not 3, especially in real life, but what he did seemed to work. Maybe the error was small enough that it actually didn't matter, but it seemed like it should have been several millimeters. So anyway, what do we have here? Oh, these aren't even volts. Oh, this is just a friendly puzzle. This puzzle's not even mean. We got Sudoku rules. We got arrows. We got odd digits and circles. We got normal killer cages. And we have a knight's constraint. Oh, Blobz. I feel like I'm on a puzzle vacation. Okay, so it's pi to 39 digits. Yeah, that's like, yes, within the observable universe to within the diameter of a single hydrogen atom. So yeah, you don't need that much accuracy with pi. It's a beautiful puzzle. There are times in shaders where I don't think GLSL has a pi constant. I don't think it does. Or radians of 180. I can't remember. Some shader language or somewhere I use doesn't have pi, and I very frequently just use 3.14, and it's fine. Although I guess radians 180 is reasonable. Yeah, I mean, I end up with this a fair amount, but I only go as accurate as I need to visually get the effect that I want. But in this new Mr. Crispin video, he uses dividers set to the radius of, yeah, this, I almost wondered, this might have been him trolling. Was this trolling? He does like to do silly things sometimes. He takes the dividers, he sets the dividers to the radius of the circle and then walks them around 6 times, and it works. But that would mean that pi is equal to 3. I'm tempted to just play this and you give me your mathematical opinion about this.
And from there, I'm going to mark out and 6. Right, I've now centre punched these and I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So
or is that actually right? Because it's actually a hexagon. Oh, maybe that is right. That is right. You're right. It's a hexagon. It is right. Okay. No, you're fair. As soon as I watched it, I was realizing that it is a hexagon. So that is actually right. Okay. So don't worry. Pi is not equal to 3. Everything is okay. It's a hexagon. So I didn't know that a circumscribed hexagon has sides that are equal to the radius of the circle. Well, now I know. Okay, I'm glad we had this lesson together. It turns out I don't know what I'm talking about, so that's good. But upon further inspection, that was clearly a hexagon. And apparently, in a circumscribed hexagon, the sides of the hexagon are equal to the radius. So these are equilateral triangles then in making the hexagon, I guess. But I guess that checks out. Is that true? Is that how hexagons work? Yeah, because that would be 180 degrees divided by 3, and that would be 60 degrees, and that would be 60 degrees times 6. Well, gosh. Okay. I'm bad at trigonometry, turns out. Yes, right. 6 equal. Yeah, right. Okay. Well, now I'm embarrassed, but at least we've gotten to the bottom of this. So let's start this. The problem is, and I think the reason I was really second guessing myself is he's definitely one of those machinists that will sometimes do something silly as though it's real, but then it's not real, but it's usually not super subtle. So when he first did that, I was like, wait a second, that doesn't work, but it actually does work. Okay, it's mathematically correct. I was like, I fell victim to wolf crying, I guess. So these are odd digits, right? Odd digits are in a circle. This looks like a puzzle that will come together very easily. It also has a nice constraint. So that's gonna knock the 1s out of this. That's nice. The 3s out of this. It means that this is 2 digits that sum to 16, right? This is 2 digits that sum to 16, which is only 7, 9. This is always 1, 2, 4. 7 and 3 digits is always 1, 2, 4. So there's no 1 in there. What if it's worth marking the other polarity of these, but maybe not. This is 2 digits that sum to 10, which no one cares about. This is 2 digits that sum to 5 without being 3. So this is 1, 4, right? 2 digits sum to 5. It's not 2, 3, so it is 1, 4. This is 2 digits that sum to 15, which will always be 7, 8, or 6, 9. This is something. This is a maximum. It's obviously not 9, and it couldn't be 7 because this would be double 1, right? If we put a 7 here, this is 1, and this is 1, and this is 9, so that's no good. So this is not 9, nor is it 7. This is an odd digit. I didn't appreciate that at the start. It is an odd digit that is either 5 or 7 because we see 1, 1, 3, 9, right? Not 1, not 3, not 9. That's all the odd digits we have. So this can't be 5 because this is a maximum of 7 and this is a minimum of 3. So this is 1. That is not a 1. This is a minimum of 3, 4. The big circle, I think, says it's just cosmetic. It's just a beautiful circle. Cosmetic only. So that would appear to be a 7. So this is 2 digits that sum to 6, which is either 5, 1, or 2, 4. And that is not 1 or 2, so that is not 4 or 5. I think so. I think it's just decorative. So this is 4, 2, or it's 5, 1. But this is 2 because that's a 1, 4. So that is 2. That is 5. That's not 1. Did I do that correctly? I'm slightly worried I did not do it correctly. Sorry. It's not 5, 2. It's 4, 2. Good grief. Sometimes I distract myself. What can I say? This is either 5, 1 or 4, 2. This digit is not 1 or 2, and this digit is not 1 or 4. So I need a low digit, which is 2, which goes with the 4, not with the 5. And 4, 5, 6, 7 is great. That's 1, that's 4, that's 3, that's 4. We are missing 8 and 9. 5, 8, 9 in that land. 2 digits summing to 10 is upsetting story. 3 digits summing to 16. And lots of low digits are ruled out. Like this sees every low digit. So this is a minimum of 5, right? And so that would be 2 digits that sum to 11 here. Two's not there. Two's not quite forced into there. If that was 2, then I would need 2 digits that sum to 14, which would be 6, 8, or 5, 9. No, I'm so bothered by these. This one has a similar problem, but actually 2 is allowed in here, right? I can just feel my brain resisting these two, and I don't know why. It's embarrassing. I'm embarrassed. How do we want to think about? What does my brain want to think about? Because it obviously doesn't want to think about those. It says no low digits. And 2 high digits. This sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, and 9. So this is only 5, 6, 8. Is that right? So I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's just 5, 6, 8. Oh no, I lost my momentum because I'm avoiding arithmetic. I mean, this is a little... There's so many low digits down here. Actually, I guess we are kind of constrained on what the 10 is going to be. It's obviously not 1. No, we're really not, though. It doesn't feel like we're that constrained, really. 3 is up there. 4 is here. That means 6 is not in here. So this is either 7-3 or 8-2, right? Because it's not 9-1 and it's not 6-4 because the 4 is in here. And if that's not a 2, that's not an 8. And if that's not a 3, that's not a 7. So this is... There is either a 2 or a 3 here, but this 2 could still escape. Song sort of sounds like a meowing cat, which is fine with me. It's like a meowing robot cat, which I'm generally on board with. Oh, right! I forgot there was a Knights constraint in this puzzle. Good grief. Did you know there's a Knights constraint in this puzzle? That's not a 4. This is a 4. So... we just got to think about that. Although I guess now that I say that, I don't see things that are immediately very exciting regarding that. I mean, it means 4 probably is more constrained here than I really think it is. Four is down here. That means 4 means one of these is a 4. And we know, okay, so that's the 4. Knights move. Knights move. Who would have thought? Who would have ever expected that? Oh, there's probably so much to do with that. And I just can't make my brain want to do it. We had all the 3s here, so that's clearly not a 3. But I do need a 1 over here. So, who's getting creeped on by Knight's moves? Like, you're not 4. You're not 4. You're not 4. We already knew you weren't 4. Nobody thought you were 4. So that one's not very exciting. This side, there's no 4s there, or there, or there, or there. So 4s are there. Is that true? Sorry. You're not 4s. You're not 4s. This 4 sees both of these. 4s are there, so that's not 4. So this is 4, so that's not 4. So this is 4. That means one of these is 4, which is this one. So you're not 4, so you are 4. So is that all of our 4s? That was fun. So now we need 2 digits that sum to 7. That, well, it's got to be 5, 2, because it's not 1, 6, or 4, 3. It's not 1, 6, it's not 4, 3, so it's definitely 5, 2. 5'2", eyes of blue. But oh, what those 5 foot could do. Has anybody seen my gal? Turned up nose, turned down hose, flapper, yes sir, one of those. It's a good song. It's a hit from like 1906 or something. It's probably later than that. Anybody seen my gal? What year? Popular in the 1920s. It achieved popularity in the 1920s. When was it actually written? 1914. You know it's a crazy thing in terms of like song. The song "Hello My Honey, Hello My Baby" that everybody knows from Looney Tunes. I think that song was written in like 1899. Yeah, it was. So that song was written in 1899 about the telephone. It's a song about this newfangled invention called the telephone. That's amazing. Good job to you, Joseph E. Howard and Ida Emerson of Tin Pan Alley. He knows her only through the telephone. I love it. It's a good song. It's a real banger. Okay, what were we doing? Probably Sudoku 2s. So this is 2 digits that sum to 14. After all, we've placed this 2 here. 2 digits that sum to 14 are 6, 8, or 5, 9. There's no 5 in here, so there's no 9 in here. So that is a 6, 8 pair. So these are all odd, and they're not 1. So these are 3, 5, 7, 9, and we see 3 and 5 in the column. And that means the other half of the 7, 9 pair is here. And so this is a 7, 9 pair, so that's not a 7, 9 pair, and that's not a 7. Sorry, that's not a 7, 9, and that's not a 7. So this is 1, 3, 8, 6. Possibly. That's not the 6. That's not 1. That's not 3. 3 is here or here. So we have to be kind of careful where 3 goes in here. 3 is not down there. It's not here. It's not here or here. But maybe that's still okay. Like this 3 would rule out this 3 and this 3, but this could still be 3. This 3 would rule out this 3, but then this could still be 3. Yeah, never mind. I thought it was going to be exciting. 2s, but it does mean that's a 2, 3 pair, right? This 2's got to be up there, so that's a 2, 3 pair. That's 7, 9, so that's not 9. So we need 5, 8, and we also need 1. So that's 1, 5, 8. That is a 1, 5, 8 triple. So that is a 3, and that is a 6. That is not a 6, that is not a 3, so we end up with a 1, 8 pair, which means this can't be 8, because if we put an 8 here, it would see both of those by knight's move. So that is a 5. These are not 5s. These 1, 8s don't see each other. It's not a 6. It's not a 5 up here. An 8, 9 pair. No 3s up here. This is not an 8 because of the 1, 8 pair there. So we have 5, 6, 7, 9. 5, 6, 7, 9 for those digits, and 6 it comes from night 6 and 7. See it beat via night smooth 6 and 7. So we get some nightmare arrangement of digits here that nobody likes. But this 6 sees all of these, so that is the 6. This is not 3 or 5, by the way. Other half the 7-9 pair goes here. Surely we know some more stuff. 2, 3, 4, 5. Where's 7? So we need 5, 7, 8, 9, 5, 7, 8, 9, and none of those are seen. Shocking. Shocked. Does mean this can't be... Well, that's not useful. It can't be 8. Do we... We got our sums mostly sussed out. This is just an 8 because of the 1-2 pair, so that's a 1. And that means this digit is 3. So that is a 5. This 3 sees that by night smooth. 3, 1, 8 pair. This is going to be 6, 8, I think. And they are not seen by any friends. Seems like we cornered the 3, kind of. 3 looks to be trapped in here, which means neither of these are 3. But I don't know if we care about that. I don't know if I thought those could be 3. Well... Now what? We're getting dangerously close to having to do Sudoku. And nobody wants that. We know we got some 3s in this puzzle. So this is the 3. Are we fully on board with that? There's no 3 here or here. This 3 sees here. I think that is a 3. And 3 went with 7 to make 10 for the 9 to make 19. This 7 now sees this, so that's a 9, 7. This 9 sees this, so that's 7, 9. That is not a 7, nor is this. That's a 9. No 9s in here or here. We get a 5, 7 pair, so that's the 3. That's a 7, a 9. I don't know what to think about this straightforward puzzle. It's just letting me... Almost makes it seem like I know what I'm doing. Blobz, did you do this on purpose? Did you give me some confidence boosting puzzles? These puzzles purely to boost morale? This just is a 6. So this must be a 9 to make that sum work. 6, 8 is 14, 15, 16. This is 5, 7, and 7 would see here, so that's the 7. I guess the 5 would see here, so that's the 5. That was not a very incredible deduction. Well, that's kind of cool. We know that we can't have an 8 here, right? Because it would see either one would see both of those and break the puzzle. So that means the 8 is here. And that means remaining digits here are 1 and another digit. That's the 2. That's the 1. BT dubs. And this is 5, 6, 8. That can only be a 5. That untangles this. I would love that. You know, in thinking about with that bundle that came out today, I was thinking about The Witness again. And one, I was shocked that The Witness only has like 85% on Steam. I wonder what people dislike about it. I mean, as a game, and as a like interactive experience, both, I would say it's an all-timer. In fact, my only complaint about it is probably the I see, I understand. Well, very positive. Yeah, 85% positive. That just seems not that seems insane to me, because I consider this to be an all-time, I consider this to be a video game masterpiece in terms of like a puzzle game, but also as a interactive experience that forces you to see the world in a different way, also as a exploration to the depths of a like puzzle concept in every imaginable permutation of it, and the combinations of the permutation. It's an astonishing technical achievement, which maybe not a lot of people know, like what an outrageously robust engine it is. Like, the only thing I don't like about it, the only thing I would knock, is the audio logs suck. I hate them. I think they make it worse. The weird little short film at the end is also pretty weird, but man, it is a near perfect game. And so I was shocked to see. I mean, maybe very positive is still very good, but I was very surprised that it's not overwhelmingly positive, especially because isn't Braid an all-time? No, it's also very positive. Once upon a time, I thought this was an overwhelmingly positive game. Anyway, I don't know, why do people? I don't actually want to read the comments, and because I don't really want to know. I was about to say, I wonder why people don't like it, but I don't wonder hard enough to actually go investigate. We got a 2 here, a 1 here. So we just got to do Sudoku, I guess. Anyway, Witness is an all-timer as far as I'm concerned, and has the rare distinction of being a game that was so mentally taxing towards the end that it made me get a good night's sleep. And I never get a good night's sleep. And in fact, when I played that game in 2016 and I found myself 2 nights in a row getting a like completely deep sleep 2 nights in a row, I almost thought that I should go to the hospital, because I was like, oh no, something is wrong with me because I'm able to sleep. But it just turns out that the end of that game, where the Tetris puzzles get real intense, just drained my brain entirely. I was one of those people that refused to like write anything down, just because I wanted to make it hard. So I didn't like draw the Tetris puzzles or anything. But man, what a good game. This is where we really suffer, because I have Sudoku problem. But that's cute. So we that is going to take care of this, and then we just end up with, yeah, these are very. I feel like some Blobz puzzles really put me through the ringer. Although that's not true. Sometimes Blobz will throw me a morsel. Anyway, sorry. The whole reason I went on that tangent of the Witness is I think one of the things the Witness does incredibly well is onboarding with zero, like, you know, stupid video game tutorial UI garbage hand-holding stuff. It just makes you do a puzzle. Like, if you remember, whenever you come to a new puzzle variant, there'll be like 4 screens, 5 screens in a row, something like that, of increasing complexity, so you learn the nature of it. I've seen people try to do that with Sudoku, you know, to like onboard you with a variant and then give you more complicated versions. But I think the Witness is a incredible version of that. Gosh, 23 minutes. What a charming puzzle. That was a charmer. Love the look of it. I did arithmetic all by myself, and it didn't even make me sad. Okay, I was going to stop after that puzzle, but I do have one more Blobz puzzle, which I don't remember if I've ever done it. So Blobz says, can't remember if I sent you Foggy oil and water before. Oh, thanks, Helio. Yeah, I mean, it's a thing that is, I mean, I don't know. I am adjacent to a field in which there's lots of, in recent years, lots of extreme fixation on UX in a way that I don't think is actually good in a lot of ways. Like lots of the things that are taken for granted by professional UX designers, I really struggle. I don't agree with. Thanks, Scojo. Okay, so I don't think I have done this puzzle, and it's gonna be, oh boy. Well, what have we here? Okay. So it's oil and water, which, you know, every time I screw up because of some synesthetic limitation I have, where I have a hard time with oily even digits. I just have a hard time with it. In a puzzle like this, odd digits are wet, and that just is a tricky thing for me. So we can immediately see that these digits need to sum to 13. Is that right? These digits need to sum to 13, but they don't use 3. So these digits sum to 13, but they don't use 3. And 1, 2, 4, 5 only sums to 12. So these must be 1, 2, 4, 6. Is that true? No, wait, I'm sorry. That's not true at all. 1, 2. Yeah. 1, 2, 4, 6. Is this right? 1, 2, 4, 6. Do we feel good about that? Oh, yes. We call this a wrong color puzzle. And that means that these remaining digits. So we have the 1, 2, 4, 6. The reason being that the whole box has to sum to 45. We already have 32 accounted for. And it's that neat trick that if you only have 1 degree of freedom, you just increase a digit. So I could see that 1, 2, 4, 5 only equals 12, but we only have 1 degree of freedom to make 13. So that is forced, as Scojo says. And that leaves 5, 7, 8, 9. Which means there's only 1 even digit in this, because we said 2, 4, 6 is out here. In the even digits float on top of water. Oil floats on water. Even digits will always be in rows above odd digits, and that forces an 8 here. So there's no 8 in here. It means these are all, these are all oily. No, my gosh, these are all wet. This is oily. Sorry, it's gonna take me a minute to wrap my head around that, because I love to get it wrong. So that means that is, okay. Okay, I love this already. This is very elegant. So we can see that there are more than 4 cells in this cage. We don't know how many there are, but they're definitely more than 4. And because of that, we know that they're not all even. And because we know even floats on odd, say it does stop here, for example, these would all be even and they would have to float on the odd, and there's only 1 possible odd here, and it's a 1. So that's lovely. That's very lovely. We have a 6 here, so there's never going to be a 6 in a 6 cage. So we have 2 or 4. Now, this could be a 2-cell cage that was 2, 4. It could also be a cage that is 1, 2, 3, but it can't be a cage that's, okay. Let me talk through this and make sure this is correct. This cage, so it could be a 2, 4 pair, right? That would be valid. It would be fully a oily cage, and everybody would be happy. Or it could be this could be 2, and it could be a 3-cell 6 cage, which was 1, 2, 3. The problem is that no matter where we go, the 2 goes with a 1 or 3, and that puts an even and an odd in the same row. So we can't do that. So I think this has to be, and that's the only way to make 6 and 2 in 3, and the only way to make 6 in a 2-cell cage. So doesn't that mean this is a 2-4? Are we happy with that logic? This digit is wet. This digit is wet. These digits are oily. I think I might have said that backwards a second ago. One of these digits is certainly 6. That's a 5, 7, 9 triple. So 21, what are we going to think about next? I guess you could say that this is all wet. So the 21 cage could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I guess. And be a 6-cell cage. It could be a 3-cell cage, like 8, 9, 4. So we probably have to be thoughtful about evenness and oddness. Like, I'm a little torn on which cage we're supposed to look at. Still have to place the 6 somewhere. I think I feel good about this. Digits cannot repeat in a cage, of course, so we won't get a 1 in here again. No 6s here. So the 21 cage, what can we say about that? Trying to think if I can argue that this is always wet. I'm sorry, always oily. In other words, could we ever make 21? Could we make 21 without using any even digits? Maybe we can. Does this logic follow? Basically, I don't know anything about what's going on with this 21 because it could be of some unknown size. But kind of the question is what is the for this to be wet? It would mean that the entire 21 cage, it would have to be an odd number of digits if these were all odd. It'd have to be like 3 or 5, I think. Is that actually true? To have a leftover. Yeah, if they were all odd. Because if it was an even number of even digits, this would be even. So what I'm trying to say to you people, I guess, is that I don't think it's possible for this to be odd. I think I have to have an even digit here. And so I think this has to be a 6. Because we have all the evens here. Maybe that's very obvious, but like just to talk through it briefly, like all the odd digits summed together are 25. If I do 5 odd digits, it's 25. And if I do, 4 odd digits, it's 16. That's not true at all. Wait, sorry. How did I get my math so wrong? No, that's right. Only way to make 21 out of all odds is 5 plus 7 plus 9, which is ruled out by this, right? Scojo points out. So the way we'd have to make it is with 3 odd digits, 5, 7, 9. because it's certainly not all 5. It's not 4 of them. 3 of them would work, but that means that that they would always be seen by these. So I want to say that this is a 6, and it is. That's a relief. Okay, and then we have 23 in 3 cells, which is also very constrained. 24 in 3 cells is 7, 8, 9, and we only have 1 degree of freedom. So that is 6, 8, 9. So this can only be 9. This can only be 8. This can only be 6. And these are oily, and this is wet. There's definitely a 6 in this 21 cage. There doesn't really appear to be a 9 in this 21 cage, although I guess there could be a 9 there. We have a 10 cage here that is already fairly limited. It's 7-3, is that right? No, sorry. This is a 10 cage that must be... Yeah, right, okay, sorry. This is a 10 cage that must be of the same parity, obviously, but it's not... This side is obviously not 6 or 8. Oh, but it could go the other way. Okay, sorry, I need to think about this for a second. In this 15 and 5 cells. Okay, sorry, I need to stand up for 1 second. I'll be right back, and I'll answer that question. Let's just all think about this. We can all think about it together. I mean, it could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It couldn't be, because it would be a mixture. It would be a parity mixture. But anyway, or polarity. Parity? Okay, I'll be right back. Hello there. I'm back. It's me. Hey, Rat Pink. How's it going? Okay, sorry, I was thinking about the 10, although Helio is probably right that I should actually be thinking about here. Also, because this is a whole lot of odd digits not allowed here, but... Well... These are 3, 5, 7, by the way. Excuse me. Scojo is currently in a straitjacket underwater in chains because that's what he does at work. That's his work environment, and it's a pretty stressful environment, I think. I mean, we don't even really need to think very hard about this because we know that this is all even or all odd, right? And it can't be all odd. because then we'd have 6 odd digits. So I'm going to take the route where we don't have to use our brain very much, I think, and just say that these are all well, right, but that's only once you've don't you have to test everything first, right? Don't you have to test everything, and then when the people come in, you charge them money to be underwater in a straight jacket? But you wouldn't want to do that without properly testing it. Okay, does that logic stand? I mean, these are all of the same even oddness, and so these just have to be even, and they're 2, 4, 8. And that's not 8, and so this sums to 20, right? This is 20 because all even digits sum together equal 20, so this has to be a 1. I somehow feel like I shouldn't use I don't know why. Seems like the phrase space cancer. I feel aversion to using that phrase. Oh, by the way, the 3's up here and not here. No 3 here. So this is 5 or 7. So this is wet at the top. So we know this is 4 cells, right? I think we know that. Excuse me, because it's got to be even, because it's got to sum to something even, and we know it has odd digits. So these are all definitely odd. Is that a true statement? Oh no. Oh no. A Lovecraftian story. These are all wet. Let's just say that much. And that means this digit is definitely wet because it is in a tower of wetness. So it must also be wet. And it's a little bit constrained in terms of what the nature of its wetness can be. Now, 4 odd digits summing to 24 sounds to me like 3, 5, 7, 9. Isn't that the only way to do that? Three, 7 is 10, 15, 24. I think that's the only way you can do that and be fully odd. 1 is not going to help you. That's not 3. That's not 9. So, okay, it may not be offensive, but at any moment, you know, the Fantastic Four basically got space cancer. I don't know. It makes me uncomfortable to say it. I'm not going to say it anymore. We'll just come up with another term. The digits over here, by the way, are 1, 3, and 6. We have 5, 7 pair. We have a 2, 4 pair. So these are just the other half of this. So this is 2, 4, 6, 8, but it's not 6 because the 6 is definitely there. So that's 2, 4, 8, 9. Sorry, 2, 4, 8, 9. Because it's all the even digits and 9. But right, and the other half of this 2, 4 has to be here. And that's 2, 4, 8, 9. So okay, I think that makes. Yeah, I didn't want to be the one to say it, Scojo, but the thing I know about the 24, okay. What else do I know about it? Probably something like that. There's only a 3 right here. Thank you for that. I'm just gonna put a 3 up here somewhere. If it's in the 10 cage, that's what we were thinking about. Maybe it wasn't quite as constrained as I thought it was going to be. This side is quite constrained. We sure are short on even digits in this column. Oh, anyway, this is all odd because this evenness means that this it's all wet. It's all wet. And so this wetness does not have a 1. So this is 3, 5, 7, 9. That's not a 3. Scojo, I didn't be the one to say it, but definitely in like 20, in the year 2100, you're going to be, it's going to be over for you. This is a 6, right? Because that's just Sudoku, and that was a generous. Look at that. It was just handed to us on a silver platter. That's not a 4. Am I being... Someone talking to me on Slack? Helio is... Oh, God, Helio, thank you. Helio's just handing out gifts left and right. Very generous. That means we need 1 and 9, and we need 2 and 8. And 8 is rolled out of here, so we get... Sudoku will do something for us. 1, 2, 9 means that's the 4, that's the 2, that's the 8. These sums, like, I'm going to turn on the thing just so I can sanity check myself because I love to make mistakes. It's a hobby of mine, just to make sure that this does indeed sum to 24. Because sometimes my brain tells me things that that aren't true. I don't think we quite know. I keep forgetting what's gray. So, what now? This... Oh, did I screw up on the 129? I think you're right. I think you're definitely right. That wasn't right at all. Why would I do that? That was completely wrong because I don't know the answer to this yet. Those are terrible pencil marks. I think I looked at this 5-7 and thought that this was a 5-7 pair. There's definitely a 9 in here, right? Because yeah, there's definitely a 9 in here. Those were exactly the wrong pencil marks. Those were the complete wrong pencil marks. Okay, sorry about that. Somehow I saw this 5-7 and decided that it applied everywhere. Okay, thank you for that. So, what do we want to think about now? This 10, just wondering if we can decide on a comfortable polarity for it. Well, maybe we can't quite. Especially without my fake digits down here, which were not true. You know, 8 is definitely in there. So we were thinking about this, which we got from that coloration. We know 1 is not in here because of this. Oh, right. 8, that is still just true. That is still definitely true that is 8. Okay, that is true. And that is true. And that is true. Okay, thank you for that. I've overcorrected. I've overcompensated, which is the story of my life. There used to be a comic called Overcompensating that I liked. All these like early mid-2000s webcomics I used to like. It's weird to me sort of that some of those things still exist. Jeffrey Rowland, I think, was that cartoonist. Does Dinosaur Comics still exist? I'm scared to even look. Okay, sorry. That is certainly an 8. That does mean there's a 2 over here, though, right? There is definitely a 2 here. And a 1. And then the other parts of 5, 7, 9. But the 1 and 2, I was kind of interested in terms of optionality here. Because the 2 being over here means all of the even digits are accounted for in this column. So this digit is wet, and that means this digit is wet. And that means this sees all of the this sees all of the odd digits, right? I think that's a true statement. I think that's even. Because it sees these 3, 4, and then this is going to be different from those. So that's all 5. Maybe that doesn't mean anything to anybody, but there you go. So it also means that, oh, right, the 9's there. So the other, right, okay, so this is, there is 1, 2 here and 5, 7. So it was really just the 9. So this is 1, 2, 5, 7. Making this a 3, 9 pair. Is that really true? It would appear to be true that this is a 3, 9 pair. And, oops. If that is 3, that's a 7. If it's 9, if this is 9, this is 1, which it's not allowed to be. So that is 3, that is 7. These are 2 even digits. But there must be an odd digit because it's got to sum to something odd. So this is odd. And the only odd digit it can be, oops, is 1. So this is another, that's 9. So this is, that's wet. That's wet, by the way. That's not 7. One of these is 7. So this is another, this is an even pair summing to 10, which must be, that's not 8, so that's not 2, which must be 8, 2, or 4, 6. 7 and 1. Oh, we don't have a sum here. But oh, we already have all of the, we have all the oddness in there, so these are even no matter what. If that's an 8, that's not an 8. If that's an 8, that's definitely a 2. So one of, I've got like a 6, 8. I guess I don't quite know yet. I feel like there's a conclusion here that I'm just missing. That there's something about the way, like the arrangement of 8s in here feels like you can see that this combo can't break that combo, right? Like this can't be 6, 8 because then this would be 2, 4 and this doesn't work. So like I need a high digit over here and a low digit over here. There's something here, something brewing. Well, there's a 2, 4 pair up here, right? Because this is, so this is 6. Right, this is a low digit and a high digit summing to 10. So this is a low digit and a high digit. So there's always a low digit here, meaning there's always a 2 or 4, always a 2 or 4. So this is the 6. This is not 6. There's no 6 here, which means this, it means there's no 4 here because this sums to 10 also. That means there's no 8 over here or 2 over here. Wait, no. I'm sorry. I just did that wrong. No, I'm sorry. That's right. That is 2. This is the 4. That's 2, 8. That's 4, 6. This is 4. Yeah, that was fun. That's a good one. This is the 2 to go with the 6, which is probably marked that oily. This is 2. No 2s here. I need to add like a golf clap for everybody so that you can like click the screen and do a little golf clap. Maybe as an alternative to throwing tomatoes. Should I do that? That would be, oh man, we could just do that really fast in Heat. Should I add a golf clap function? The problem is that it would be so abused. It would be so abused. I guess I could make it like, I wouldn't want to make it subscribers only, but it would be funny, I will say, to make a little golf clap. So what else did we learn? This is 25. Well, okay, this is a similar logic to over here, that it's wet on top, which means it's wet all the way down, which means this is a 9, because we can't have evens in here, and it means this is wet also, right? It's got to be fully wet. I should probably do channel points at some point. I used to do that a lot before I got sucked into Sudoku. I used to do lots of Twitch development. And now, I just do Sudoku instead. Yeah, the golf clap I think would be funny though. It has to be the really lame one. Like a really lame golf clap. I used to have, how did I do that? I used to have some alert sound effects and things like that I only allowed certain people to do. But now I don't remember how I restricted it. Followers only, maybe? Although I think it's hard. The Twitch API sucks so much. It is so unpleasant to use. It's not fun at all. It's bad. And it was very hard. Like you could know subscribers, but not followers, something like that. It was something where it just took the fun out of it. These are not a 9 from the cage, and they're not a 3 from across the world. So there is definitely a 1 in here, because there's the other half of the 5, 7. So one of these is a 1. So that's not a 1. And in fact, I guess we don't quite know. It's 2 or 5, and then the other half of the 5, 7, I guess. Anyway, we can see that we have odd, 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 odd. So we can't have 2 more odds. So these are definitely even. And we've got a sum to 18 here. This is, oh, I was about to say we're going to be messed up because of parity, but we're fine. So this is a wet, sorry, you are a wet 5. This is another 18. So that knocks the 5 out of all of these. This almost looks broken, but I guess it just barely works. That's 1, 7. That's the 9. There's no 2 in here. No 9 in here. So we have 5, 7. So that's still okay. That's not. So I think we're still okay for the moment. So we have an 18 cage. Wait, what? Liquid metal as the rocket fuel? Was the documentary called Terminator 2? What's the documentary called Terminator 2? This has to be even because these are both even, so which are obviously going to sum to an even. So this is even as well. This, well, it's not 2 evens. So does this have to be 4 odds or something? But it can't connect there. Where's this cage go? How does this cage work? It works like this with 1 even and 2 odds. I think. 1 even and 2 odds. So this is going to be another even. Anyway, to do this, we know they all sum to 20, and we're missing 1, so we just don't include the 2. So that is 4, 6, 8, and those are not 8s. So that is 8. We get a 4, 6 pair, which is what we'd expect, and then we get some odd duck down here. These are all of our evens, so these are all odds. And there's 1 more even in here, and it couldn't go here because then it would be the wrong order. So by either avenue gets us to this being a 2, and then this must be 2 digits that sum to 16, which is always 7, 9, and that's the 9, and that's the 7. I haven't done a fog puzzle in a while. I like fog puzzles. The thing I really like about fog puzzles, and I've said this in the past, but since I haven't done one, I haven't thought about it for a while. But a thing I really like about fog puzzles is you generally know where to look, right? Like, I think in some ways fog is making this easier for me because I know exactly where I should be looking, or mostly where I should be looking at any given time. That is a 1-3 pair, which doesn't do anything. So we got, feels like we should know some stuff. These are wet. Oh yeah, what is it? What are the rules? Is it some sort of terrifying substitution or like doubler kind of thing? What are those called? Modifiers. Modifier puzzle. This is even. This is a 4-6. Yeah, ancient artifact. That was on Cracking the Cryptic, right? Ancient artifacts. Either I did it, or the name rings a bell, I should say. So either I did it or watched it on Cracking the Cryptic. We don't know that. Ciphered digits, X sums. Yeah, I that is true, right? Because you also know, like, you have continuous validation that you're being right. Although there's no worse feeling than like going through convoluted deductions and then trying a digit and having it be wrong, and then it's like, I mean, you instantly know, but it's a little disheartening. Or I also, when you like accidentally hit a number and you reveal something you don't mean to reveal, it's kind of a sad story too. So there's 2 evens down here. Okay, sorry. What is the nature of this 14 cage? Is it just 6-8? Is there a reason that it can't just be a 6 here and an 8 here? That feels too obvious. Because it could also be an even and 2 odds, I guess. No, it can't. No. Obviously it's not. Because if it were, it's either 6 plus 8, and it's exactly 6-8, or it is an, oh, it could be 4. Could it be 4 odds? No, 4 odds would sum to too much. And we can't do that anyway. So there's not 2 odds down here. So, but it could be 3 evens. Could it be 3 evens? Of course it could. It could be like 4 and 8 too. Why does this suddenly feel... I've lost all my confidence. There's exactly 1 even up here. Three evens. Is it 3 evens? Why isn't it 3 evens? Definitely 2 is definitely in here. Oops. Okay, I'm sorry. This feels silly, but I'm suddenly like, I think I'm overthinking this. There's definitely a 2 in here. An 8 is definitely down here. The other half of a 4-6 pair is in here. But couldn't it be 2, 8, 4? No. 2, 8, 4. And then that's a 6. I don't know. Any amount of evens in the bottom row has ramifications. Crowns are made of... Are crayons made of oil? I mean, I guess that's true, right? Wax is... Wax is confirm that. This is even. I'm ignoring this for a minute because it upsets me, and I feel like wherever the evens are, this is not. Well, this still could be odd, right? That still is possible with 9-5. Why did I think that couldn't be 9-5? I'm ignoring that for a minute. I'm gonna look at this because I see that this we could never get our wetness to here. This could be wet, but we have too much wetness. So this is certainly even. But it could be anything. We do have 2 evens remaining in here. I know I need to look at that, but I am refusing to do so. Refusing to do it. 9 is here or here. And I'm ignoring chat right now because I'm mad at everybody. I'm really only mad at me. I'm mad at myself. I'm sure. Okay, what are the actual digits over here? I'm just gonna pencil mark this. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time. So there's 1, 3, 5 remaining over here to go with there. So we have 1, 3, 5 because of these, and then we also have, because these need brothers, and we also have 8, 2. That is not a 2. And we certainly have a 9 in here. And 9, 5 seems like a thing that could happen to us. 7s are up here. Oh, sorry, 1s. There's no 1s down here. So 1 is in one of those places. So we only get 3 or 5. But not necessarily. We have both 2 and 8. So you could be 8 with 2 to be 10 and 4 to be 14. You could be 5 and 9 to be 14. Definitely need a 9 in here. I'm positive I'm missing something outrageously obvious. If this were double even, this is 6, this is 4. 6, 8. Six, 4. Sorry, something feels like it doesn't work here. If I make this 6, 8, this is 4, and this is 4, and this is 8, and this is 6. Five, 9. Chad, I'm ignoring you on purpose right now because I'm going to be embarrassed when I see whatever it is I'm avoiding seeing. 7s. What? There's definitely no 2s in here. 2 is in this little neighborhood over here. 8, 2, 4, or 5, 9. And I'm sure there's a reason, of an obvious reason, that doesn't work. But I'm going to look somewhere else for a minute. Oh, well, okay. We've got lots of other, there's some low-hanging fruit. Like this is just a 5, right? And this is 7 or 1. Yeah, 7, 1. Okay, maybe this is going to disambiguate what I was just fretting over. Okay, it is 2 cells. That makes life a little easier. There's no 3 here, so this is 5 or 8. So this is 6 or 9, right? Because if this is 5, that's 9. If this is 8, that's 6. I think that's how math works. There's definitely a 2 over here. 5, 9, or 6, 8. Over here is... Okay, oh no, I see that Helio has switched to not putting spaces. That which is like the you know, it's like parents spelling things out so the kids won't know. Oops, this is 2 or 4 or 1 odd digit, which is 7. 7's not there. So this is even. One of those is even. 3 evens there. 5, 9. Oh, I'm still ignoring that. I'm still choosing to ignore that. Can have 1, 2, 4. This is 4, 6, 9. What? 3. This is 3, 4, 6, 9. That's not 9. The 3 is in here. Nine is there. I probably... Something probably works there, but I'm going to just continue to choose to ignore it for the rest of my entire life. Up here, we need a bunch. We need 3 and we need 5. Oh, that's not 4. It's a 4, 6 pair. That's not 4. It's only 2 or 7. 2, 8. So this is... There's too many options over here. Seems annoying. We know there's 3 up here. I'm sorry, Chad. I'm still ignoring you on purpose. This is 2, 4, 7. Oops. Or 1. Is it? Oh, sorry. It is 1, 2, 4, 7. 1, 2, 4, 7. No, it's not a 2. Just seeing what could actually go in here, but there are options. Oh my gosh! Okay, I blame this. This is just the... Okay, our tomatoes flying. Here, I'll throw the tomatoes myself. Okay, in my defense, I've been doing so many volt cages where digit repetitions are allowed. In my defense, it's still embarrassing, but this 1-7 pair means that this is a 5 and this is a 3. Okay, well, that is embarrassing, but it's less embarrassing. It would be if I didn't have the excuse of all of the volt puzzles, which still doesn't really fully excuse it, but I'm going to pretend like it does. This 7 must add to a 4. 7 is wet, 4 is oily. Okay, well, that's very silly. Sorry, everybody. Thank you for your patience. Very silly. Oh, the golf clap. Yeah, here, let's see. Well, I need like a little... Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, I'll look at chat. How I know, yeah, Scojo, Ratpink was telling me. Yeah, well, you know. Ooh, yeah, that's a multi-layer marine American imperialism burn there, Scojo. Marines invading countries just so they can eat their crayons. Wow. So Scojo also hates our troops. For those of you who are watching this video in 80 years and who might be on the fence about Scojo, I think you can see his true colors. The problem is in 80 years, Scojo is going to be the president of like an escape room empire and will just be a brain in a jar running the escape room. This does become a 5. This does end up double wet. Feels almost like we don't. No, it's good. Okay. Let's say we didn't. Almost felt like we weren't going to have enough oily. 80 more years. Yeah, but in 80 years, it's going to be, you're going to be a brain in a jar. It's fine. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, the leading cause of being a brain in a jar is space cancer. We're all going to contract space cancer, and we're going to deserve it. I'm going to say even I deserve it, just for even saying the term. Right? We will. The doctor's going to give me the diagnosis, and I'm going to be like, yeah, that was an opportunity for me to push back against terms that I feel are disrespectful to people with space cancer. And okay, this puzzle was lovely and it was very smooth. So is this what it was? The easy puzzles were to lure me into a false sense of security with the volts. Oh, the last puzzle didn't even have volts, did it? I can't even use that excuse. This is not an excuse. What are we missing here? We need another odd digit that is known as 5. What are we at? About 2 hours. We have 8, so this is 7. And it is wet. And 2 is oily. And we are left with a 3-8 pair, which comes untangled. Uh-oh. What did I do? Probably bad math, right? What did I do? I'm sure it was bad math. I love to do bad math. Do I have something that doesn't sum properly? Oh no, what did I do? Yeah, how did I arrive at that? That 6 was correct. 6 plus 2 is 8. Needs 7 to make 15, right? Is that not right? Isn't that correct? And that's wet. So that placed the 2 there, and an 8 here, and a 2 here. That had no sum. What did I do wrong? Oh, it's water above oil. You're right. You're right. Wait, what did I do? So the 6, what? Yeah, you can't have water above oil. That was definitely 6 though. So that means this is wrong. Uh-oh. 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 I mean, that means this is wrong, right? Well, shoot, now we know. Well, that's too bad. Oh, sorry, Blobz. Where did I make this it was probably pencil marking. Did I pencil mark these wrong? Probably. Why did I remove 7 from there? I bet, it was, I think I meant to remove 4s and accidentally removed 7s. Is that what I did? I think that's what it was. I think I removed the wrong digits here. That kind of seems like what happened. Okay, but we know this is 9, so that is right. So then we do know, so we do get to 15, which means that it must be 2 evens and an odd. So we know there's an odd in here, in other words. And we know the evens must be on top of the odd. So that's not a 2. And that gets a 1, 7. So that is the 2, the 7, 4, 6. And then the 1, 7 pair means we have 2, 6 here. So these are double. Okay. Is that better? Hopefully. It's just inattentive pencil marking. My greatest enemy, also known as myself. So that's still 5. So maybe I just ended up with some inverted thing here. Or like this triple, I think I must have just screwed up. Oops, when pencil marking. I hope that's all it was. This is still a 3, 8. That's the 3. That's the 8. No, is that... Okay, sorry. And then, right, this is still, it's funny. We get the same result. It's just in the opposite order. So I must have just flipped something silly. Okay, that's good. We got it. Okay. Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, it must have been just me inattentively. 4 and 7, they're right next to each other. Here, let me help this. Great, okay. For completeness sake, we will do this. And I love it. Yeah, I really think that, aside from my eternal inability to think properly about evens and odds being these colors, I can think about them in terms of oily and wet. That's kind of okay. Oh, thanks, Helio. This was very embarrassing. Other than, it was very smooth. It was nice and smooth. I do love it that all of the sums were sums that were like very clear about what they were trying to accomplish. This one, actually, this is probably my favorite part. I think this was very cute. But I think the thing I'm most grateful for were like places where we had to solve something like this and I really didn't want to think about the math. But then we just already knew because even not even thinking about the what the sum could be, we could just see that we couldn't have this be all odd, and so we got it all even. So I actually really like that. That was a lovely gift. I mean, those aren't bad odds. Like 1 and 9. I mean, especially in this puzzle, because really it's kind of 50-50. Or whatever the ratio is, that is a ratio of 4 to 5 to make for the even to odd. That was fun. Okay, Scojo, should I try this? Should I try this Foggy puzzle, or is it going to hurt my feelings? You said it's on your Discord. Is it, sorry, is it in general or is it setting Saturdays? You told me where it was and then I totally forgot. My apologies. Primrose. Oh, is it brain fog? Got it. Okay. So there's with cipher key area and without cipher key area. Which one do I want? Oh God, I hate this already. I mean, I don't hate it, but I'm scared of it already. Which one should I do? I'm gonna say I probably want the with, right? Hey, Blackjack. So, normal. So, wait. Okay, pardon me. Okay. Normal Sudoku rules apply. Fog of War. Each letter from A to J uniquely represents one of the digits 0 to 9. A 2-letter clue represents a 2-digit number which does not begin with 0. Does not begin with 0. So I is not 0. And then X sums, a clue outside the grid, represents the sum of the digits in the first X cells seen for that clue where X is the first cell seen. So does that mean that these just index right here? Like, does that mean this is E? No. Of course not. No, E is the sum of this, where this tells me how far. Okay, sorry about that. I understand now, I think. And then there's a 0 possibility. One of these jerks. Does it mean F has to be 0? So then there's killer cages, and cells outside the Sudoku grid can be notated but do not need to be filled in as part of the solution. Okay. Oh, sorry, give me 1 second. Okay, sorry. Let me make sure I understand that. A clue outside the grid represents the sum of the digits in the first X cells seen from the clue, and one of these is a 0. So 0 is not E, 0 is not G, 0 is not A, 0 is not C, 0 is not H, 0 is not I. So one of these is possibly 0. Is that a reasonable? Sorry, one of these is 0. It also means that I is just 1, 2, 3, or 4. I don't think I haven't watched a stream where Scojo are those co-solving streams. I've said it before, but I have a real problem watching Scojo streams because I see the puzzles and then I'm like, well, I want to do that puzzle, and then I go do it. Okay, so this puzzle, oh my gosh, what? Normal Sudoku rules apply. Place the digits 1 to 9 once, etc., etc. Fog of war, etc., etc. Cipher. A 2-digit clue does not begin with 0. So B is not 0. Right? Because 2-digit clues never begin with 0. So 0, D, F, or J is 0. These are going to be X sums. So these are all single-digit sums. Well, not this one, but these are all right. So these digits have to be very low, right? Oh, Saturdays? Oh, cool. I'll try to catch one. Okay, sorry. I feel like I'm not very focused. So I is only 1, 2, 3, and 4, and B is also only 1, 2, 3, 4, because we said 2-digit clues never start with a 0. And that's all that would be available. Well, that's not true for this, right? This could be some monster cage. This is only the sum of this, but I guess it's possible that this is some outrageous monster cage that sums. No. It's not going to sum to more than 45 because we're not repeating digits, because these are killer cages and we don't repeat. So this is only 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And these are the number of digits. I got to remember X sums. Clue outside the grid represents the sum of the digits in the first X cells, where X is the first cell. So if this was ever 4 or above, then we're always seeing a minimum of 10, which wouldn't work. So does that mean these are always 1, 2, 3? And I don't know if I'm doing this right. Okay, we're saying that one of these is 1, 2, 3, and we're saying also. So basically, we also know that I feel like I'm missing something. Because this seems wrong already, right? I feel like I've already made a mistake. Because there's more repetition than this. So that can't be right. Did a single digit sum. Okay. So what have we been arguing? We've said that I is not 0. We kind of talked about what could or couldn't be 0. These are not 0. F, D, and J are currently what we think we allow to be 0. This, I thought I argued this, but maybe I didn't. For these, I was saying that if these were ever 4, you'd be summing 4 digits from there. But this is obviously wrong. This is right? But how? Because we need to uniquely index, and we have A, E, G, H, and C. Oh, they can repeat, of course. Well, wait a minute. Sorry, hang on for a second. The sum, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. Of course, yeah. I sorry. Right. This is fine. These sums will be different. It's just the nature of what the contents is. But the thing that's important here, for 2s and 3s only, 1s will always be 1s, right? 1s will always be 1s. So one of these is a 1, meaning it's a sum of one digit 1 over. So one of these is explicitly a 1. And one of these is explicitly a 1, right? And that means that G can't be a 1, and C can't be a 1, and E can't be a 1. Because, oh, sorry, I did that wrong. Sorry. H. Because I'm saying that one of these is definitely a 1, and one of these is definitely a 1. So the reason I say that is because it will be an X sum of 1, which will mean that it is self-indexing, right? Like it's going to index itself. So that means A or E are 1. Is that fair to say? So G is either 2 or 3 digits. So these are all either 2 or 3 digits. This is, oh boy, okay. Okay, I got a thumbs up here from Rad Pinky. So E or A are possibly 1. And that means I and B are not 1. Right? I and B this still feels wrong. Well, we know that G and C and H all have a minimum of 2 plus something. Those all have a minimum of 3, but they do have a maximum of 9 because they could be like, no. Yeah, because they could be 3, 2. Well, they couldn't be 3, 2, 1 actually, because that would break. Okay, I got a thumbs up from Rat Pinky. So maybe I'm not completely off track. So we're saying that C and H, C and H and G. What are we saying about those? We're saying they're a minimum of 3. They're a minimum of 3. Because it could be 2 with a 1 next to it. But they couldn't be 3, 2, 1 to be 9. Because that would break the other side. But they could be like, whatever it is, 2, 3, 4 to be 9. Or 3, 4, 2 to be 9. So they could still be 9. Now, this is a pretty big number. Followed by a number that could be 0. So we need at least 3 cells. So I was just trying to think of what this could be. Yeah, 3, 2, 1 to be 9, but you could still have 9 with 2, 3, 4 to be 9, right? So it's not 9 isn't ruled out for H, G, and C, I think, because 2, 3, 4 could be 9. So, which is maybe a way of saying that I was on the wrong track. Now, does that mean this C's a triple? Not necessarily. Because both of these could start with 2. Or, all of these could start with 2 as long as they have different sums. So I don't think that's true. Well, not all of them could start with 2, obviously. These 2 couldn't both be 2, but these could both be 2. And this could be 1, I think. This digit looking down. What I was trying to decide is I don't think this... we could start to think about what we need to be able to make a minimum of 20. The minimum this could be is 3, right? Because we were saying I is at least 20 because we've already said that A or E is 1 and J and F and D are 0. So I is at least 2 and F could be 0. So that's 20. So a 2 here would be bad. But I think you could unfortunately have a 3 here if you had an 8, 9, because that would be 3 plus 8 plus 9 equals 20 exactly, and that could be 2, 0. So I think you can have a 3 here, but not a 2. BD. B is also a big-ish cage. What else we got to think about? Yeah, okay. C is at least 3. One of these is going to be a 3, and it's going to be a minimum of 6. I guess that's another thing that's sort of important to think about is we've already said that A and E how did we think about this? That there was definitely only 1 on each side here. So it had to be, one of these is definitely 1. I feel like I'm missing something here that is obvious. The 3, yeah, one of these is a 3, which is going to be 6, 7, 8, or 9. The E is on both sides. And the A is on both sides. So that means that G and H start with the same number. Sorry, G and H start with the same exsum. What, am I missing something? What am I missing? I saw a tomato fly towards the rules, which probably means I'm missing something. G and H start with the same, or G and H have the same X, right? I guess I know none of these digits are 2. That's kind of a thing I know. Because it'd be a minimum of 2, 1 to get a 3. Who can be 2? A can't be 2. B could be 2. C can't be 2. D could be. E can't be 2. F could be. G can't be 2. H can't be 2. I could be. J could be. So these are the digits that could be 2. And the reason I say that is even if this is a 2, it's got to be summed with this digit, which would be a minimum of 3. Is it, did I make a discovery? Is it a discovery? I don't know. Now, A is not 1. Yeah, okay, E is 1, right? A is not 1. Because if A was 1, these would both be 1s. It's a 2-digit number just because there's 2 letters together. So this is I followed by F, considered to be a 2-digit number. And I is never 0, so it truly is a 2-digit number. Okay, right. I should have seen this before. 1 is 1. It's an exsum of 1. And if it was A, that should be very obvious to me. That is not 1. So E is 1. So that means both these digits are 1. Is that true? I'm going to be very sad if this isn't true. It was true! Okay, Scojo, that is really cool. And I'm embarrassed that it took me that long to see that. But that is so cool. So E is definitely 1. I think you're very, very supportive. I feel like that took me way longer to see than it should have, but that is very charming. Oh boy, these digits must sum to A. And A, it is possible to sum to A in either 2 or 3 digits. Right? Because this A is going to be 2 plus something equals A. And this A is going to be 3 plus something equals A. And that means, oh, there's some transitive property here. Hang on. 2 plus something equals A. Does this mean, oh my gosh, this should be very obvious to me. This digit plus 2, this digit plus 2 equals A. And these, if this is the 2, it doesn't matter one way or the other. It's going to be that if this is the 2, this digit plus 2 equals A. And these 2 digits plus 3 equals A. This digit, if this is a 2, then this digit plus 2 equals A. If this is a 3, then these 2 digits. So that means this digit is 1 larger than the sum of these 2 digits. I think. So as an example, this could be 2 plus 6 equals 8. And this could be 4 plus 1 plus 3 equals 8, as an example. So what's the minimum? How do I know it's 2 or 3? Because I know that these, if you've never done an exsums puzzle before, it might be a little tricky to see this, but it means that this digit describes, so this is going to be almost like an indexer, sort of. Like if this is a 2, it means I take these 2 digits and whatever's in them summed together will equal G in this case. So normally this would be a digit. This would be like 7. And then if this was a 2, I would know that the first 2 digits must sum to 7. So this must be 5. If this is a 3, I would know the first 3 digits would need to sum to 7. So this would be a 3 and this would be 2 digits that sum to 4, which that's actually not possible, but you know what I mean. So because I know that if I ever had a 4 here, if I ever tried to put a 4 here, I'd be summing the first 4 digits, but the minimum sum of 4 digits is 10. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 is 10. And I'd be trying to say that G is 10. Well, we've already said that all of the ciphers are the digits 0 through 9, so it could never be 10. So I knew that all these were 1, 2, 3. So I got a 1, 2, 3 triple here, right? And then I could see, again, by x sums, one of them is a 1, and in an x sum, the 1 index just is 1, because it means it says, oh, take 1 digit and sum it, and it will equal the x sum. And the reason I knew that so this initially was a 1, 2, 3 triple here, and 1, 2, 3 triple here. And I knew that either A or E had to be the 1, because they appear on both sides. So those were the only options for 1s. But if A was 1, like if I had 1 here saying A is the 1, then I would put a 1 here, because that's going to be the x sum that equals 1. And I would have a 1 here, and I'd have 2 1s in row 8. So I knew that this was a 2-3 pair. And because I know it's a 2-3 pair, I know that one way or the other, it's these digits. The sum of these digits equals the sum of these digits, basically. So what I'm just trying to work out is, like, what are the minimums here, I guess? Like, the minimums. So on the side that has 3, the absolute minimum, because it's a 2-3 pair, would be 1 plus 4. Right? Let me say that again, because I think that's true. Is the absolute minimum on the side that has 3 is, I can't, obviously it's not a 2-3, I can't have those, so it's 1 plus 4. So that would be 1 plus 4 plus 3 equals 8. So A could be a minimum of 8. Could it be 9? I think it could be, because if it was 1 plus 5 plus 3, and this was a 7, let me think about that for a second. So this could be 1 plus 4, and actually this applies both sides, but I'm going to ignore that for a second. We'll balance those out in a minute. This could be 1 plus 4 plus 3 equals 8. And in that case, this would be 2 plus 6 equals 8. Or this could be 1 plus 5 equals 9. And in that case, this would be 2 plus 7 equals 9. So A is either 8 or 9. Now, why doesn't this work? For or 5? You mean for these x sums? In here, you mean? Like this could never be 4, because again, that would mean that's an x sum of 4 digits summing to 10. Yeah, so if this was ever 4, it'd be take the first 4 digits, 1, 2, 3, 4, which would be a minimum of 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 equals 10. If it was 5, it'd be 15, because it'd be a minimum at a minimum. And we're just not allowing. The rules of this puzzle say that the letters only index single digit numbers, basically. So I think these are our options. Sort of. So that means A equals either 8 or 9. I'm trying to decide if there's a reason this doesn't work. I think I always have a 1 though, because if I don't have a 1, maybe this is what you're asking? Yeah, only 2 of the letters can be 2 or 3. Initially, it was a 1, 2, 3 triple. They could be 1, 2, or 3. Now, this isn't what this letter is. I see what you're saying. You're worried that, like, oh, we have 3 things here. This looks broken, right? Because we only have 2, 3 for G, A, and H. But remember, this isn't this number. this is an X sum that sums to this number. So if this was a 2, it's the sum of these two digits equal G. So this could be 2 and this could be 2. And that's fine because this could be 2 plus 1 equals 3 and this could be 2 plus 4 equals 6. It's still okay. That threw me, and that threw me off initially. It took me a second to think about that. So I think I'm saying there's always a 1 here, because if I don't have a 1 here, then the minimum here is 4 plus 5 equals 9. So there's always a 1 as part of this sum. Yeah, this can be 2 and this can be 2. I mean, sorry, in this case, well, yeah, this can be 2 and this can be 2 and this can be 3. Even though this is A, this is summing 2 digits together and this is summing 3 digits together. In this example, it could be the other way around. These, in fact, these could all be 2s. It's fine for these to all be 2s. I think you're misunderstanding and thinking that this digit is the same as this. It's not. This digit is telling you the X sum, which is how many digits you sum together to get this. No. The sum of this is going to be the same number. Now, if it was 1, you're correct. That's why this couldn't be 1, because 1 would be indexing 1. This is going to be the sum of 3 digits, and this is going to be the sum of 2 digits. So the sum of 3 digits is what we're working out right now, is either 1, 4 or 1, 5. And the sum of 2 digits is 2 with either 6 or 7. So what I was trying to see if there's a way that we can rule that out. So we know that this cage is going to sum to 6 or 7, right? C is between 3 and 9, G is between 3 and 9, H is between 3 and 9, A is between 3 and 9. None of those digits are 2. Yeah, no, it's tricky. I don't blame you for getting confused, because I was getting confused with that at first. Yeah, it doesn't, these don't correspond directly. The sum corresponds to this. And if you're not familiar with X sums, that's a bit confusing. But here's the X sum rules. I thought maybe this explains it better than I do. So this is either 8 or 9, which means it's either 2 or 3. But if it's not 4, but it could be here, it could go here, it could go here. Obviously, it's going to take this cage, this, but without knowing how big it is, B and I being 2, 3, or 4, that was because of a reason. Because I know because I know E is 1 already. So initially, I, because we know the digits don't start with 0, could have been 10s, 20s, 30s, or 40s. But because we know E is 1, that removed the possibility of that. And we know, obviously, these couldn't be higher than, could not be higher than 4, because, oh, that does mean, okay, right. That constrains F and D as well. They can't be higher than 5. Well, if it's a 4, only if it's a 4. If one of those is a 4, in other cases, obviously, if it's 2, of course, they can go up to 9 and down to 0. But if I or B is a 4, then we know that F or D is only 0 through 5. Okay, so the sad part is that we haven't fully dealt with this, and it's not going to be quite as restrictive as I would hope. I mean, it does mean 8 and 9 are in here, I guess. No, that's not true. 8, 9 could be there as well. We know that 8 and 9 are not included in this range, but 4 is optionally included. Yeah, so that means this digit I initially was as low as 10 or as high as 45, because the sum of this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, which sums to 45. So initially it would be between 10 and 45. But we ruled out the 1, so it's actually between 20 and 45. And it's the same thing for the B, because you can't repeat digits in a killer cage. So there's a maximum of 9 cells in here, and it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there's not a 2 and 3 in here, which makes this kind of hard to be a 3 to sum to 8 or 9, right? But we don't know if it could go this way and avoid that 2, 3. Okay, I feel like there's an obvious thing I'm missing. I have to remember these are also speculative, but I think it feels like these are the only options to go with the... So I do think A is 8 or 9. But that feels like it could be 2, 7 and 1, 5, 3. And I should say this could also be 6, 7, and this could also be 1, 4, 5. So I guess that is a... that's not an accurate pencil mark though, because on the side where the 2 is, any other digit could fit in, so that's not actually even correct. B and I, I is going to be a 2-digit number up here. I is the first digit here. So these digits can only sum to 45, so I could never be larger than 4. If I was 5, then we've got problems. Because remember, this is going to be a sum that sums to this number. I don't know the proper way to pencil mark this. Should I just remember? That's a 2, that's a 3, it's 1, 4, 5. These are very speculative digits. I mean, we know these two, I guess. So A is 8 or 9. And what does that mean? And there's no 1. And we can't have 2 and 3. Oh, there's no 1. That means it's not 8. Right. Well, sorry, if it's 3. If it's a 3, oh gosh, okay. Sorry. If it is a 3-cell cage, if this is a 3-cell cage, it's definitely not 8. Because it can't have 1. And, okay, I think I know what the answer is. Sorry, just give me a second to think through this. My question right now is, can this ever be a 3-cell cage? If it's an 8, the 3-cell cage goes here, or it goes here, or it goes here, right? In all cases, 1 sees it, and you cannot have a 3-cell cage that sums to 8 without using a 8. Sorry, without using a 1, because that would be 2, 3, or 4, right? So if this is a 3-cell cage, it's definitely not an 8. However, it annoyingly, a 3-cell cage doesn't have to have a 1 if it sums to 9. Because then it could be 2, 3, 4. And in this case, we know it couldn't go this way because of this 2, 3. That would put 4 in every cell, but you could have a 4 here. Yeah, right here, the same thing's going to apply with this cage, this BD. So we know BD here. So BD could be a 0. Okay, so gosh, I feel like we're so close to saying this is a 4. But why couldn't this be 2 cells summing? How do I know this is 3 cells? Why couldn't this be 2 cells? Okay, let me just talk through that one more time. This is never a 3-cell 8 cage, right? Because it just would not be possible. If this was a 3-cell 9 cage, because we're arguing that A is 8 or 9, then the only way to have a 3-cell 9 cage without 1 is 2, 3, 4. We can't have a 2, 3 pair here. So 2, 3 goes here, and then one of these would have to be 4. But that's only if that's a 3-cell 9 cage. I feel like I'm not looking at the right thing, I guess. Maybe I'm just not looking at something that is relevant. I guess another thought is to sort of think about we know the B cage, for example, is at least 3. We don't know where it goes. Gosh, I feel like we're so close on the A's. The A feels like a thing we almost know. I feel like I need to mark these as speculative in some way, just to remember that these are not real. But this feels like it could be a 2-cell 9 cage, in which case it can be basically anything. Or a 2-cell 8 cage, in which case it can be basically anything except for 4. 2-cell 9 cage can be basically anything except for 9. In this cage, it couldn't be 8 because it couldn't have the 1. I guess we know there's never 8. I guess, do I need to think harder about G? Because you do have to remember that G plays a role here. It's either 2 or 3. If it's 2, it could be quite low. It could also be quite high. Oh, well, actually, G can't be a 3. No, we don't have to guess. I mean, we're already making progress. We're narrowing things down quite a bit. We've got A down to 8, 9. We're definitely going to get there. It's just going to take me some time. But we'll get there. Like, for example, I know now that G is not 1, 2, or 3. Because to be 3, this would have to be 2, 1. To be 4. So does that mean G is a minimum of 5? G's obviously not G is the sum of these two digits. This is a minimum of 2. This is a minimum of 3. That means G is a minimum of 5, right? And G is a maximum of 9. But I don't think G could be 9, because to be 9, this would have to explicitly be 2, 3, 4. If we thought G was 9, A would have to be 8. But we'd be ruling out 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, okay. I don't know if this is important, but I will tell you that if for G to be 9, this would have to be 3, 2, 4. And then this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, right? For G to be 9, this would be 2, 3, 4. And then the minimum here would be 5, 6 equals 11, which is obviously too big. So G is definitely not 9. Well, sorry, if it's a 3. G could be 9. I'm sorry. G could be 9 if this was 2 and this was 7. G could be 9. It's only not 9 if it's 3, I guess, which is maybe not a very useful thing to say. But this could be 2, this with 2, 7 to be 9, right? Yeah, 1 is a little bit restricted in some of these worlds. H has the same thing as G, actually. H is also a minimum of 5. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's exciting. And they're obviously not 8 and 9, because A is one of them. So one of these is 5, 6, 7. Certainly. Maybe both of them are from 5, 6, 7. So that's cool. C, we don't. Okay. Also C. That is really cool. Hang on. So C, I think we've said that the 3 side has to have a 1 on it, right? Whichever side is 3 has to have a 1, because if it doesn't, then it's a minimum. It's 2, 3 aren't available. It's a minimum of 4 plus 5, and 4 plus 5 plus 3 would be 12, which is too big to be an A. That means this is never a 1. Oh, but this one doesn't have the 2, 3 pair constraint. Well, that's okay. No, that's fine. That's still fine. It just means this is never a 1. So if this is a true, this is a 3, which sums to 5. So yeah. C has the same problem. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we're running out of places that can be 4. We're running out of places that can be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Nah, not the 1. Sorry, gosh, we almost have that. That is almost a good restriction. Oh my gosh. Oh, right. One of these digits will never be in the grid. That is true. And we decided that only J or F or D. J, F, and D R0. But that still doesn't do quite what I was trying to do. What I was trying to do was force... we don't quite have enough high digits to force things low. Because if we could force... I think I'm saying this the wrong way. What I almost thought we had was a gosh, do we have it 0, 2, 3, 4? No, we have one too many. Right? What I'm essentially looking for is a quintuple in the cipher. But I don't think I quite have a quintuple in the cipher. Or even a quadruple in the cipher would be just terrific to have. It does mean, though, I do need another high-ish digit. So that means one of these remaining digits is pretty high. Okay, sorry. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 high digits. I need another high digit. And the only remaining digits that could be high, you can't be high, you can't be high, you can't be high. So D, F, or J must be high digits. But I don't really think that. One of them is 0. And one of them is high. High meaning 5 or above. But I don't see that helps me right now. I see that H, C, and G are a minimum of 4, 5, 6, 7, or a minimum 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is there a reason that yeah, okay, but there are interesting relationships. Gosh, let me just think about this. Can exomes overlap? I guess they can, right? I feel like in puzzles they normally don't, but I guess they can. Like these are never going to reach very far, obviously. But this is going to reach some amount. I'm just trying to decide if there's some relationship between these two digits in terms of their sums, but I don't think the sums are going to be exclusive. Like, in other words, like, you know, I don't think it has to split. It can overlap just fine, yeah. I think it's reasonable to think that J could be 0. But J could be somewhere under one of these. But I think it's also, I think right now we're operating under the assumption that D, F, and J could be 0 or 2, but B could also be 2. But, you know, D or F could be 0. And we could find that there's just a 1-cell cage in here that's marked J, and J could be 7 or something. That's what I was hoping for, Scojo, is that there was some battle here of the overlapping X sums that I might be able to determine something, but I don't necessarily think that will be true. I mean, especially with that overlapping this cage. Okay, sorry. Okay, so you're saying look at this C. So that's fair. So let's think about this C and what it could be. Oh, yeah. Whoa, gosh. That is a very fair... These are pretty... Yeah, okay. In this case, and in fact, in kind of in all of these cases... In these cases, we have some restrictions of what this digit could be. But this one is probably the most pertinent one, so let's start looking here. Because we said it can't be 1, it also can't be 2 or 3, right? So we know it's not 1, 2, or 3. Because we've just said 1 is in here. Again, these are fake digits, but 1 is in there, 2, 3. So this is a minimum of 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? But... how is that possible? How could we ever have a 9 in here? Like if this was a 2, if this is 3 digits, then the minimum other 2 digits are 1 and 2, 3, so that's a maximum of 6. If this is a 2, you could have a 7. But you can never have an 8 or a 9 in there. It's almost a quintuple. It's almost a quintuple. But is there some... like, there's a 6, 7... There's like, oh boy. It's not quite there, is it? There's not some other way to see that, but yeah, okay, anyway. So, right. Yeah, so C is actually minimum. You're right. C is actually minimum 2 plus 4 to be 6. So that does knock 5 out of here. But it can still be these other digits, right? So that does mean right now we're saying G or H minimize at 5. Oh, Redfinky, thank you for hanging out. This is always a pleasure. Gosh, doesn't it feel... I mean, at least 8 or 9 floating around in here, right? Like 8 and 9 are floating around here like jerks. It... Ones... We could think a little bit about this. I don't know how useful I think it is. It's obviously not a 1. It's also not a 2 because 2 Sudoku digits won't be a digit that starts with a 2. So I think this is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I guess it could be 9. This is 45. If it's 3, that is 2, 4. You don't have 3, 2, 4, and you don't have 1. Okay, so there's almost like a triple party going on here. I thought we were really close to the A, but maybe that's not. We didn't even talk about this, but I don't even know what to do with it. I don't really know what to even think about this. So we talked about how there's no triple There's no 3 cell 8 here. And we talked about a 3 cell 9 being kind of hard, but not impossible. We talked about B. I mean, but that could still be 45, right? And we still don't have some kind of beautiful set going on. Almost do. Like 1 digit away from having some kind of meaningful restriction on these 3 digits. But that 2-3 limiting this was a fun one. G and A. I mean, I guess if we could rule 5s out of those, we would have our quadruple, right? So the only way to make this a 5 is as a 2-3 pair. Is there some reason that that is upsetting to everyone? That would mean this was minimum 4-5, but that could be a 4-5 pair to equal the 9. Well, oh, you mean like when the digits get eaten up here? That's a fair question. I mean, especially knowing that A is definitely 8 or 9. So these digits are going to consist of it's either 1, 4, 6, which would take away the 4, 6, or they're 1, 5, 7, which would take away the 5, 7. So it's possible if A is 8, there'd be a 4, 7 here, which would be 2 plus 4 equals 6, or 2 plus 7 equals 9. Sorry, 2 plus 4 equals 6, 2 plus 7 equals 9, or 3 plus 4 equals 7. And if it's the other way around, if A is 9, where this is 5, 7, then this is 4, 6. So A is 5, 7. This is 4, 6. So it's 2 plus 4 equals 6, or 2 plus 6 equals 8, or 3 plus 5 equals 8. So there is some limit. Well, but it could still be a 3rd digit. Right. Oh, well, okay, the 3. If this is 3, then this is... We didn't think about that. Oh, just summing these and saying this is 16 and what's the sum of the remaining digits? Is that what you mean with... Or I'm sorry, I thought you're saying like if... But I think it was still possible to have something be fairly low, right? Like... I see. In terms of like the full complement. I guess that's one thing that's really worth stating, though. Actually, just realizing that. Hang on. No. You'll have ones anywhere else. You'll still have ones everywhere. These are just indexing. These just refer to sums. Like the ones can be other places. You're saying right. You're saying like if this was 9, but I think what I think the thing I was just considering, and maybe this is what I was just thinking about. I was realizing something I said earlier was an interplay of A being 9 here with G being 9, which of course could never be true. So I know you're asking about down here and I'm sure it makes sense, but I just realized something I said previously was weirdly kind of assuming that both A and G were 9, which would make no sense. So I got to think about that again one more time because it was, yeah, I was talking about, that made no sense. I was talking about the idea that G as 9. Okay, sorry. We've already said that if A is 8, it only fits in 2 digits up here, right? A can't be 3 digits up here. If A is 8, it has to fit in 2 digits. That is a thing we have said. But I feel like I said something contradictory with G. But we said that if A was 9, it could be 3 digits, only going this way or this way. Never this way. And that would make this 2, 4, 5. Or 2, 4, 5, and that would mean one of these had to be 4. And then the other digit would be 2 or would be 2 or 3. So in that case, you'd see 1, 2, 3, 4 already. And then this digit would be minimum 5 to be 2, 5 equals 7. But that was only if A is 9 in a 3-cell cage. Oh, Helio, I wasn't ignoring you. I was just distracted by my own thing, which actually I think wasn't meaningful. It's just that you can see 7 has a, if A is 9 and is a 3-cell 9, then G has a minimum that we can see. If A is 8, it's never 3-cell. And then if it's 2 cells, it just feels like the restrictions are quite minimal. You could see that the G couldn't be 3 then, though. But it does feel like there's something about A's relationship to C making these higher. Putting the 5 or 7 there. Is that true? Couldn't this be 4-6 or something? Or are you talking about this side? We know a little bit about this. We know a little bit about this digit. We know that this digit is never more than 7, right? The maximum of this is 7. So this digit is definitely not 1. But it could never be 9. And it could never be 8. It could be 7 only if this was 2, 7 with G being 9. But it is minimum 5, which we have said. Minimum sum is 5. It really feels like... So the places that feel important are... It feels like we had a lot of deductions here that we were never able to fully carry out. Like we got to A as 8 or 9, and then we haven't really been able to capitalize on that. We can see that 8 can't be a 3-cell 8. 9 being 3 cells is difficult, but not impossible, because you could have a 4, then the 2-3 pair, and then the other half of the 2-3 pair either going there or there. So I guess we know that this cage never goes here, right? This cage does never go here. Oh boy. Okay, I'm gonna be late for dinner. I'm gonna get in trouble. We're gonna do this though. We're doing great. Oh boy, I'm trying not to spend another hour on this puzzle. So the this is never part of the cage, right? It's not possible for this to ever be in the cage. So this cage is either a 2-digit cage or it's a 3-digit cage going up or down. This is always in the cage, obviously. This is never in the cage. This is always in the cage. That means it's relatively constrained. Both these digits are relatively constrained. These digits can't be more than 7. So these are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? Because if A is a 2-cell summing to 9, it could be 2, 7. Rad, did you have a breakthrough? Do we... Yeah, we could have... This could be like 5, 4 or something, though. The brother of the 2, 3. Yeah, that's why these are marked. That's why I was saying one of these is also a high digit. So if you look, we have of 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, we have 4 digits out of those 5, right? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, we have 4 out of 5. One can't be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. E, I mean, B and I can't. So of these digits, one of D, F, and J, one of them is going to be 0 for sure, and one of them is going to be from 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. We can't say one of them is from 2 for sure, because I and B can be 2, but that's why I have these as corner pencil marks and not as center pencil marks. So it's possible, you know, corner pencil marks tell you kind of more where a digit could be, and less about what is possible to be in the cell, because we don't really know. We haven't really excluded anything from here yet. If we could remove 5 from G and H, we would be able to start making serious exclusions, because we would have all of the high digits. Which feels worthwhile. Like if we could remove 5 from G and H, that would be huge. But and in fact, we know that both G and H, to be able to be 5, has to be 2 followed by 3. And then that would make this 4, 5. Yeah, then A is 9 for sure, because this would be 4, 5. It would be 2 cells. It'd be the only way. That would be beautiful. I would love it. But I don't think we know that, because it seems like it's gonna be hard to rule G out of all the places that could be 5. We know we have 8, 9 are floating around in here. Excuse me, 8, 9 are floating around in here. This digit also is not 8 or 9. So this is also 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm just going to start pencil marking things that we know something about, I guess. This is definitely not a 1. But it seems like it could be most other digits. These digits are not 1, 2, or 3, but that doesn't feel very meaningful. This digit, I guess only if this is a 3 though, that's where this gets tricky. Is there something about the A? Did we miss something down here about the possible A situation, which was 1, 4, 6 or 1, 5, 7? There's always 1, 4, 6, 4 to 1, 5, 7. It's not quite restrictive enough here. We ruled out 5 because we were able to rule out 1, 2, 3. We don't seem to have the same. Didn't we say this could be 3, 8, 9 to be 20? Because F could still be 0, 2, 0. Thanks, Scojo. I'm still. I feel like I'm still. Right, Helio? Or am I wrong about that? Is there a reason that this can't be 8, 9? No, it's fair. Logic abandoned me a long time ago. Don't fret. We have 2, 3 pairs there. Okay, thank you, Scojo. As always, thank you for your infinite patience. So we're like approaching, we have a quadruple here where we wish we had a quintuple. And we have a quadruple here where we really wish we had a quintuple. And we have we know this cage is contained in this box. I think I can say that. I think we can say that. One of you is 1. Well, no, I shouldn't do that because that's only in a speculative world. Whoa, a DeLorean Lego set. How many pieces? Is it this one? Look at that cute little Marty McFly. Get out of my face. That almost is like too smooth. It's almost too smooth to be Lego. Like the hood of that is almost... It almost crosses some sort of uncanny Lego Valley for me. Nice. Super cool. Okay, so A. The side that is opposite that actually matters a little bit. So this, okay, you know, this was all speculative, right? But it actually does matter. Let me think about that for a second. A little bit in terms of the arrangement of the ones, but maybe not in a way that's truly meaningful. Also wondering like what the relationship is here. Oh, really? It can go with it. That's amazing. Brad, did you think A is 8? But couldn't this be, this could be 3 plus 1 plus 5. And this could be 2 plus 7. These are two options. What I've shown here is the two options. 3, sorry. On the side that's the 3, whichever one, 3 plus... It's 3 plus 1 always, and then it's 4 or 5 to be 8 or 9. And this is 2 plus 6 or 7 to be 8 or 9. No, it wouldn't. I'm open to. It's possible. It still seems possible that it's 8. I get like now something that Helio is kind of pointing out is like, is there something that happens here? Maybe I didn't think about that hard enough. We also have to remember that this digit could also be this digit in terms of what's looking up at this box, because this arrangement is made up. But just to say it again, if we go the 9, if we go the 8, now let's try the 9 route, since if we want to try to prove that it's not 9. Then we know that this is 1, 5, 7. So this is 4, 6. So if this is a 2, this is 6 or 8. It couldn't, if it's 3, it's 3, 4 equals 7 plus something. Oh, I'm not going to guess. I would never guess in a Sudoku. How far? Yeah, I mean, I see where you were going with that, Helio, because it's very close. It was just so close. Now, the thing that is sort of interesting is we have talked ourselves out of nines quite a bit. Okay, that is worth a thing that is worth discussing here. This is, we haven't quite talked about this, or at least I haven't quite thought about it yet. But remember that A is gonna either G or H is going to be forced to be 3 digits. It's going to be forced to be 3 digits, right? We don't know which one, but one or the other is definitely forced to be 3 digits. So right now we have G, H as 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, but one of these is absolutely 3 digits. And that will have to be a minimum. G or H is 9. G or H is 9. G or H is 9. Because one of these is a 3, right? So when we have that 3, then the minimum 2 digits that can go next to it, what could they be? We can't have a 1 next to them. So it would be, does that sound good? Well, it doesn't, I don't even care. If I can say definitively, do we agree that G or H is 9? Because one of these is 3 long and it is a minimum of 2, 3, 4. It's one of these has to be 2, 3, 4 minimum because it won't have the 1. So G or H is 9, right? Right? Is that true? One of these is 2, 3, 4. I hope that's right. So I'm saying that A is 8. So Rad Dude, in fact, try to take a shortcut to the right answer. Okay, Scojo, that's beautiful. That is really lovely. I wish I had seen that sooner. It's what is very funny is I went through and talked about G being 2 plus 3 plus 4, but it didn't occur to me that that it's forced in one case. So, what does that mean? That means what? It means that it is going to be 6 and it is going to be 1, 4. The problem is we don't really know where these are. These are still speculative. But the thing that is amazing is we now know that this is 2 digits summing to 8, right? Because we've proven that we can't do a 3 cell to get the 8. These 2 digits explicitly, definitely, no question, sum to 8. And they don't include 1, 7, right? So these digits are not 1, 7. So it's either, and it's not double 4. So it is either 2, 6 or 3, 5 are the only digits available in here. Well, okay, wait. Oh, right. We can remove 8 from all of these, right? None of those can be 8. So what we're saying is the other half of this 2, 3 pair is always in here, right? We have a 2, 3 here. And we have, okay, yeah, I'm really, Helio is saying we should look down here, which we probably should. This is definitely not 4, and it's definitely not 6. We'll come to that in 1 second, and we'll have a minimum for there. But before we do that, we know that the other half of this 2, 3 is here. And so that means that this is never 2, 3. So do we get a new minimum here? We do, because now the minimum here would be 2 plus 4 is 6. So we remove 5 from G. And we get a minimum for C that is 7? Is the minimum for G really 7? 2 plus 5? for C is now the minimum. So it's not 6. So, right, dude, but I would never just guess. If I just guessed, I would feel bad about myself. Instead, I feel like a genius because I was able to see that that one of these had to be 9. So, but that is right now, right? C is a minimum. So C is 7 or 9. So it could be 2, 7, or it could be 3, 5, 1. Yeah, but we don't know which order. I mean, we know the 2 goes with the 6, but it could be on this side. We don't know which side is which. The 3 is going to be with the 1, 4, and the 2 is going to be with the 6. C isn't 9. Is it not? Oh yeah, of course. Right. Good grief. You're right. I'm sorry, Helio. We explicitly said G or H is 9, which I thought I pencil marked, and then I forgot to remove it from here. So C is 7. C is 7. And the only way we can make 7 here is with 2, 5, right? There's no other. If we tried to make this 3, it'd be 3, 5 plus some nonsense, and that's no good. So I think 2 and 5. Oh my gosh, that is the first reveal we've gotten in 7,000 hours. That's amazing. Now we have EC. So this must sum to 17, which is kind of interesting. We remove our 5 from here. And sorry, you were commenting about G-ness. Oh, right. Of course. I was saying that and then I got distracted. We said one of these has to be 2 plus 3 plus 4 to equal 9, right? But we have a 2, 3 in here because we said this is a 2, 3 pair that rules that out. So we know that H is 2, 3, 4. And then so that H is 9. And that's not 9. And that's not 9. So G is 6 or 7. Do we agree with that? You think row 8, column 1? This is not, sorry, red dude. These are red because they're not real. These are speculative. These could go either way. I just needed these to do that to reason. But this 1, 4 could actually be here. And this 6 could actually be here. H is a 3 self-sum. So yeah, that's 3. That's great. That's great. That's great. So that is 2. So that is 6. That's great. So actually our guess was right. That's great. So that is 3. So this is actually 1, 4. Oh my gosh. Scojo, this is amazing. So this is not 6. So this is not 2 because we're summing to 8. This is 2. And G is, what is G? It's not 7. So G is 6. So this is 4. And this is no longer 2. And if that's not 2, this is not 6. So this is now a 3, 5 pair. Scojo, it's so good. It is really lovely. I feel bad that it took me so long to get this. The funny thing is I'm kind of obsessed with the idea of 2, 3, 4 summing to 9 because it drives me crazy all the time. It's like, it's always this gotcha. It's always this like sneaky, like, no, I don't need a 1 because 2, 3, 4, like in a 3-cell cage, normally you're going to be like, I need a 1 in here. But, yeah, this is really great. Really, really good. I'm going to go solve this another 11,000 times to bump you over. So 1 is up here. That is 3, 5. So what's left in our... So one of these is in fact 5, right? Does that seem true? D, F, or J must be 5 because we haven't used 5 yet. E, holy crap, this has to sum to 7. This has to sum to 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 digits summing to 17 surely have to have a 1. Yeah, because 2 plus 3, that's 5, 10, that's 20. 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5. 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5. Wait, this is, so I'm sorry, this is 6 digits summing to 17? Am I wrong about that? This is 1C. No. I'm sorry. This is 5 digits. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry. But it definitely has a 1 in it. So this is a 1. Sorry. That was very silly. This just straight up is a 7. So this is 2 digits summing to 7, which must be 1, 6, 2, 5, or 3, 4. Neither can be 1, so there's no 6. This is not a 4, so this is not a 3. Cages are just normal killer cages summing. Yeah, we had to have a 1 here because we were going to exceed the total sum. So we are trying to reach, I keep forgetting. So this is 17, right? We're trying to reach 17. We already have 4 out of that. So we need 3 digits that sum to 13. Is that right? 3 digits that sum to 13, and the minimum is, it would be like, wait, why am I losing my mind here? We can't have 4. Is it just 2, 3, 5? No. So that's only 10. Sorry. It's not 3. 2, 3, 6. It's just 2, 3, 6. I'm sorry. I just suddenly couldn't do math. 2. 2 plus 5 plus 6. That's 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I just was incapable of math there for a moment. I apologize. So that is 2, 5, 6, 4, 1, 3. So this is just 7, 8, 9, right? Whoa, escaped. I broke out of the grid. Oh, there is a J cage. Didn't I say that speculatively, that there would be a J cage? But I said it was going to be 7, and it's not 7. Right. We do have a J cage, and it is not 2, and it is not 0. So we know less about the J cage than ever before. So what can the J cage actually be? It's not 1. It's not 2. It could be 3. Could J be 3? I think so. It could be. Could it still be 4? I think so. It's not 5. It's not 6. It could not be 7 because C is 7. It's not 8. It's not 9. So J is only 3 or 4. J can't be 2 because it's there's a 2 already here. And all of these could still be 2. I think J can only be 3 or 4. Does that check out? It's definitely not 1. Definitely not 2. Could be 3, 4. It's definitely... oh, could it be 5? Oh, sorry. J could be 5. No. I'm sorry. J can't be 5. There's a 2, 5, 6 triple here. J cannot be 5. Can't be 6 because of this triple, because of that. It can't be 7 because of C. 8, 9, right? Right, so now there is a 2, 3, 4 triple here, which I've been waiting for my whole life. So that means these digits are not, that means this is a 2, 5 pair. No, I'm sorry, a 0, 5 pair. This is a 0, 5, I keep typing this wrong. This is a 0, 5 pair. Because we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So D and F are 0 and 5. 0, 5 here. Scojo, I love it. I've been waiting the whole time. I thought we were going to end up with a quintuple here, but I'll take a triple for sure. So now I or B or 2. So this BD, B is a max. Well, B is 2. 3 Sudoku digits can only sum to 24. So B is 2. B has to be 2. We said it couldn't be 1 because E is 1. It can't be 3 because that would mean 3 digits summing to 30 something. So I'm saying B is 2. And then this I and J are a 3-4 pair. Well, remember, this is a sum. This is a sum. So we're saying this sums to a digit that starts with a 2. And if we summed 3 digits in Sudoku, even 7, 8, 9 only sum to 24. So the maximum... Okay, that constrains D, right? That means these 3 digits can't sum to 25. 3 digits can't sum to 25. So D is 0. D is 0 and F is 5. So these 3 digits sum to 20. And then now we have a 3-4 pair here. So well, that's funny, actually. If this was I was about to question whether this could be 43, but it actually could be. If this was an 8, these digits would sum to 43 because the 2 is left over. Wow. Now I just want that to happen. So, okay. What was this? We need to sum to 7 here. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. F is 5. Oh, I'm sorry. In my mind, I had this as an IJ pair. It is not. I'm sorry. It is, it is IF. So it is 34 or it's 45. Right? If I is 4, then that's 45, and this would just be a 9, and it would include everything. Right? If it was 3, it would be 35, and we would need to exclude 10. And to exclude 10, this would need to be a 3, I guess. This would be a 6. Well, don't we know that? I mean, I see. Well, right. It's sort of like what the maximum exclusion could be. Remember, this digit has nothing to do with the digits that are in the grid. This digit is just a sum. J actually literally appears in the puzzle. But B so far does not explicitly appear in the puzzle. Okay, sorry. So we were saying that this could be 9 and IF could be 45. If this was 35, we would need... The maximum 3 cells could be is 30. I see what you're saying. You're saying this just can't be a 3, which I agree with. But it feels like it could just take all of these if this was a 6 and this was a 3, because then we would know, I'm sorry, it could take all of these if this was 6, and then we'd exclude, this could be a 3 to exclude a total of 10 to make this sum to 35. I feel like there's some very simple Sudoku that we're not. I mean, we talked about a lot of this, right? This is 7, 8, 9. One is here, here. I mean, it does. It feels like it could be short. It doesn't have to be 6. Maybe it does have to be 6. Does it have to be 6? Or sorry, could it be 4? Summon to 35. Wait, could it? 4 would be 4 digits. The maximum 4 digits could be is 30, so it's not 4. Yeah, the killer cage cells, these are the numbers and corners of killer cages don't kind of exist outside of the grid. Right, can only admit these. Okay, but this is never a 4. If this was 4, it's definitely not summing to 35 or 45. If this is 4, the absolute maximum is 30. So that's a simple thing. But right, and if it's 8, 2 is left over, and that's never going to work. And if it's 7, only 7 is left over, and that doesn't work. I see. Okay, so I explained it, and then I didn't actually do the thing I explained. We know this sums to 20, right? This sums to, this is worth 20. I don't know if I care about that, but it's true. 2, 6. I may have just ruined my dinner plans. Oh well. Okay, sorry. What were we? We were thinking about. One of these is 6. I don't know if that mattered to anybody. The other 7, 8, 9. Yes, right. We need 2 more 7, 8, 9s, and they're not down here because of this. So that is true. So that is 7, 8, 9. And we have this, and then so we have 3, 4, 8. So that's 3, 4, 8. So then in this box, summing to 20, this is 3, 4, 8. This could only be 3 if this was an 8, 9 pair. If this was 4, this would be 9, 7. What if this was 8? This would just be 2 digits summing to 12, which is maybe not that exciting. We still have some little sneaky people. This was... Okay, sorry, this is either 2, 5, or it's 2, 5 either way, or it's 3, 4 one way specifically. 1, 2, 3 here. One of these is 4. But that digit doesn't care about that. Ones. I don't know. There's no 1 in a 20 cage. A bunch of big numbers to place. Kind of would be crazy if this was 3, 8, 9. I mean, we're gonna swallow. Okay, sorry. What did we say was the remainder? We said that this would be, for this to be 6, this has to be 3. So if this is 6. This is definitely 3. And this is an 8-9 pair. But that seems sort of okay. Oh my gosh, tomatoes everywhere. Did I miss something very obvious? Oh, that there's definitely an 8 in here. That's helpful. So there's no 8 in here. Make sure the tomatoes. Make sure tomato party. There's definitely an 8 up here. No, that's not true. Sorry, that wasn't true at all. Wait, what did I do? Sorry. It's the other 7, 8, 9 is here. Did I just pencil mark this wrong? Yeah, those were bad pencil marks. I'm sorry. I think I don't know why I thought that. I thought we fully saw 7, 8, 9, but we definitely don't. We definitely do not see it. Those were bad pencil marks. Bad pencil marks. Yeah, it's 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. I'm sorry. This is 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. Those were bad pencil marks. Sorry about that. There's still never a 1 or a 2 in here. And 1 is never... There's certainly never a 1 or a 2 in here. So... 2's already down there, though. So one of these digits is a 1. Well, that doesn't seem very helpful. Okay, sorry. I feel like I lost the thread a little bit. Let me try to recalibrate. So our X sums are looking right? Did we actually finish all our X sums? You are definitely 20. This one, if that's 6, that's definitely 3. Yeah, sorry about that. Bad pencil mark. So this sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is 6, 7, 8, 9. So that is relatively high. So these two digits must sum to 11, 12, 13, or 14. These two digits must sum to 11, 12, 13, or 14. This sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it is 6, 7, 8, 9. So it is also quite high. Six, 7, 8, 9. Six, 7, 8, 9. But this could be high. We kind of need 2 high digits in here, don't we? To equal 20? Okay, ruined my dinner plans. It's okay. Are there always 2 high digits in here? Maybe that's not really true. I mean, these are 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know if that's really helpful. That means these are all pretty high digits. That does mean these are 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? This is 6, 7, 8, 9 because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That means these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are relatively low. Those aren't 1s. That's not 2 or 5. Just trying to think if do there have to be 2 high digits in a 20 cage? I guess you could have 9, 5, 6, for example, but you can't have 2 digits from 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, sorry. I'm sure this is more clear. I lost the thread a little bit. This monster quintuple. There's something we haven't discussed in this box. Oops, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So these are monstrous. No, it's 6, 7, 8, 9. And we kind of know some things about these, I guess. They're not 7, 8, or 9, and they're not 1, 2, or 5. So these are 3, 4, 6. Is that right? 1, 2, could be 3, could be 4, can't be 5, could be 6, could be 7, 8, 9. That doesn't feel very useful. This sums to 7, this sums to 20. If this is 9, it's the sum of everything. Oh, is there some relationship between these 2 digits? If the top is 9, the next 3 must sum to 9. Oops. Well, but I was actually just wondering if there's some secret relationship between this. So maybe because, for example, we know that if this is 6, then this is 3. Sorry, I gotta do this very slowly. Sorry. If this is 6, then we're including these digits. They must then I is 3. Then I is 3. Then this is 3. And that leaves J to be 4, which is actually correct. So I was actually hoping that didn't work. So sorry. If this is, and if that is true, then this is 3. Then this is definitely an 8-9 pair. Right? If this is 6, this is 3, this is 4, this is definitely an 8-9 pair. If this is 9, then what do we know? We know the 20 cage doesn't have a 9 in it. But who cares? We know the 20 cage doesn't have a 9 in it. We know that J is then 3. So that means that digit is 4, 7, or 8. So we know that this is never 9. I don't know if that's useful to anybody. This isn't ever 9, because if this is 6, this is 3. And if this is 9, it's obviously not 9. So that is never 9. That's 3. This is definitely 8, 9. So similarly, this is never 9. Because if this is 6, there's an 8, 9 in here. And if this is 9, so that's never 9. Oh, sorry, everybody. I feel like we had very good rhythm, and then I've lost the rhythm. These must sum to 11 at a minimum, because that 9 would be a maximum. It also just feels like there's some simple Sudoku I'm missing, or some very silly. some very silly, trivial, obvious saying. There's also these funny little dangling friends. Column 5 sums to at 9, this must sum to 45. Meaning these would equal 35. And that's 7, 9. So that's minus another 16. That means these 3 digits sum to 19. Is that right? Well, that's not right. Hang on. Okay, hang on. Sorry. I may have done that wrong, but let me try that one more time. If this is 9, then all of this sums to 45, right? That means this definitely sums to 35 because we subtracted 20, right? That means these all sum to 30 because we subtracted 5. Minus 2 is 28. I think I did the math wrong. Yeah, okay, sorry. But I think this may still work out to what I'm trying to state. Is that 9 means this is all 45, minus 20 is 35. Minus 7 is 28. Minus 9 is 19, meaning these 3 cells sum to 19, but they can't because we need a 1 in here. Right? Sorry, did I do it wrong? Okay, I keep saying this and I keep doing it wrong. I'm sorry. 45, is this 20? That's 35. Minus 7 is 28. Minus 9 is 19, right? These don't sum to 19. This is not 19. 45, 35, 30, 28, 19. Helio, do you agree with that? That these sum to 19? These 3 digits sum to 19? But they can't because we know there's a 1 in here. Right? Did I do? Oh gosh, what did I do wrong? I'm sorry. What did I do wrong? Okay, I think I'm just getting tired, and yeah, sorry. I'm getting text messages. What did I do wrong? This is 20, right? Oh gosh, right. It's not 35. God, good grief. I'm very bad at math. I'm extremely bad at math. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I am definitely getting really tired. 25. I don't know why I kept saying 35. It's 25. 25. 25. 20. 18. Minus 9 is 9. These are 9. I'm sorry. These sum to 9. Sorry. That was ridiculous math. I can't even do basic arithmetic, but these sum to 9. Which... Okay, well, I guess the point I'm trying to say is we can't make these sum to 9. These digits, sorry, I kept saying 19, but the same thing applies. I don't think we can make these digits sum to 9, can we? Because the minimum here would be 6 plus 1 6 plus 1 plus 3 or something. It's not 2. So the minimum is 10. Right? So this... Okay, sorry about that. I kept saying 19 to demonstrate that this sum wouldn't work. And I was bad at math and it was ridiculous, but I think the point still stands is that these we can't, okay, sorry, maybe you were trying to tell me that. Anyway, okay, that is 6. I'm sure there's an easier way to see that, but that's the way I saw it. So it's what the leftovers were. And I'm sure you were trying to tell me that. So that does place a 6 here. An ED. So that means we're definitely saying that I is 3. And we're saying J is 4. So J is 4, right? The easier way is that the 20 cage needs a 9 in it. Does the 20 cage need it? Does it always need a 9, or does it just because of what we don't have available? Right, because we didn't have 6. No, sorry, we didn't have 5 or 2. So the best we could do... would be 7, 8, 6, which would be 21, which is too much. Or if we didn't have the 5. Is there not another way to do that? Yeah, but Red Dude, you were trying to guess earlier on. You've lost all credibility here. Oh, is that true? The only way to do 20 without 9 is 875? I didn't actually know that. Okay, but I was about to see that because we didn't... The 6 would be too much because that would be 21. And then with a 5 wasn't available. So that would only be 19. Interesting. Okay, well, now I can file that under my book of useful sums. Okay, so there's no 4 here. So that's great. The full cipher has ciphered. ED is 10, which is the worst sum, but it does mean there's no 5 in here. And it means that there's no 1 here, so we place the 1. Is that right? And that means this is 8, 7, 6. This is not a 6, so that's not 4. Is this really ED? I feel like I'm getting really tired now. Yes, 10. Well, right. Okay, that is right. We said that before. That this would, if this is 6, we know the remainder. We know that these digits then have to sum to 10. So that is 3. And then we said previously that this is 8, 9. Because this is 17, and that's the only way to do that. And so this is a 7. That removes the 3 there. That removes 7s here. Removes 1 here. That removes 3s here. We get a 4, 6 pair. 2, 4, 6. We have a 7, 8, 9. So we need 1, 3, 5. And that is 5. There's no 5 here. Oh, EF cage. So ED cage we kind of know. G cage, this is a 6. And can't... G is 6. So this cage must sum... This must be 4 plus 2, which it can't be, because this is both 4 and 2. Or it must be 5, 1. So it is 5, 1. That means this is not 1, but I guess we still don't quite know the complement of... Uh-oh, what did I miss here? I think that's 1, 5, right? To make the 6. That's the 10. We have the 8, 9 pair here. EF, which is 15. And we already have 8 or 9 of it. So these 3 digits must sum to 5 or 6. Right? EF is 15. And we already have 8 or 9. So these sum to either, I'm sorry, 6 or 7. I'm definitely deeply slipping now. Well, don't we just know that this is, yeah, we know this is 1, 4. Because that's all that's available. And so this is not 1 or 4. This is a minimum of 5. Did I break the puzzle? Or is the only way to do this 8, 2, and then this 5? Because it's 15, so that would be 5. 8, 2 would be 10, so I think that's the only way to do that. 8, 2, that's 9. This is, oops. This is 3, that's 7. That is a 2, oops, a 2, 3 pair. That's very exciting. Remove the 8s from here, so this is an 8. Remove a 7 from here. Remove an 8 from here. There's 7, 9 pair here. 7's in there. Okay, and now we have an EJ, which is 1, 4. Oh, but we have a 1, 5 pair here, so this is a 4 and that is a 1. So this is not 4, so this is not 3, right? Because this was summing to 7, so that's a 2, 5 pair. This is a 2, 5 pair. So we're left with 8 or 9 or 3. Is that right? We need the other half of the 8, 9 pair, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and the other half of the 8, 9 pair. So, and that is not, oops, that's not 3, so this seems to be 3. And so this was summing to, sorry, EJ was summing to 14. So we need 2 digits that sum to 11. We need 2 digits that sum to 11 without 1, 3, 4. So surely it has to be 2, 9? Is there anything else it could be? Suddenly suspicious. No. Well, no, yeah, it can't be 5, 6. 2, 5. 6 would need a 5. 7 would need a 4. 8 would need a 3. I think that's 2, 9, right? Is there anything else that can go there? 9, the 8, the 5, the 2, the 9, the 8, the 1, the 5. Hope I did that right. Chat will yell at me. I didn't. I'll get inundated with tomatoes. The 6, the 2. That is a 17, which we said EC was 17, so that looks promising. That is a 14. We said EJ is 14, so that's good. That's a 3, that's a 5, which is an 8, which is what A is. That's a 4, that's a 5. That's a 1, that's a 3, that's a 6, that's a 4. 1 is not, oops, 1 is not there, so it is presumably there. We're getting there. Home stretch. Thank you for your patience, everybody. As always, patience and support is appreciated. Blew my dinner plans. It was worth it. It was a good puzzle. My partner might not agree that it was worth it, but that's a discussion for later, not right now. Oops, I believe that is a 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that right? 7, 4, 6. Oops. 6. Okay, we have some weird business going on here, but it seems like we've done it, right? Now it's just Sudoku. The final boss is Sudoku. The worst possible scenario, final Sudoku boss. It's not too bad though. That is 2, 8, 7. That's the 2. We get a 7, 8 pair. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 9. And that's the 9, the 6, the 4. That is 8 and a 6, which untangles. That is 9, 7, 9, 8. And that is 7, 9, I think. That's the 7, that's the 9, the 7, the 8. Oh my gosh, Scojo, what a great puzzle. That was so good. Congratulations. Good game to you for setting an amazing puzzle. Oh, Red Dude. Did I mess something up? We're all good? That really... Okay, it was definitely daunting, and I was right to be daunted. But really, it's like some of the thing that's frustrating is only that the logic was all very, very sound. It's just that I kept like butting up against a conclusion and not carrying it far enough. Like it feels so silly that very early on I was up here talking about, oh yeah, 9 is 2 plus 3 plus 4, and then abandoned that. Just didn't think about it for a long time until, of course, seeing the A forced one of these to be 3 digits, and then the 9, and that fed everything. I'm embarrassed that I did not know that. The 7 5 7 8. Oh yeah, you should definitely submit it. It's so good. It's so good, for sure. And if you take away my okay, here's the funniest part about this. I did this arithmetic like 5 times and screwed it up every time. How so silly. So silly. That's embarrassing, and that's on stream forever. And I'm going to put this on YouTube, and everyone will know that I cannot subtract 20 from 45. I don't know why I kept doing that. I don't know why. I think it's because I had 35 in my head as one of the totals, that I kept thinking that 35 was like a golden number I was going for. I don't know. Or whatever. I don't remember what I kept saying. Whatever it was ridiculous. Yeah, I kept saying 40 minus 20 is 35, right? My only excuse is because I think I was thinking about 45 versus 35, but man, that's embarrassing. Yeah, I did have some brain fog. That is true. That is a true and undisputed fact. But the break-in, I will say, like, this was one of those puzzles that is such a satisfying kind of puzzle where when you start it, it seems impossible. Like you start it and you're like, well, this doesn't even make any sense. I don't even know where to start. And then you make one tiny deduction of like, okay, these can't be more than 4. Okay, this is a 1, 2, 3 triple. Okay, one of these is a 1. Like, if I was, you could see a world where I was more capable at solving puzzles on stream, where that logic would have just really flowed. Thank you, Helio, so much. And thank you so much for the game keys today. That was really, really sweet of you. I appreciate that. But if you weren't ridiculous like me, you would have seen it flows very well. And I think that my biggest, I would say that my biggest downfall in the puzzle, aside from simple arithmetic, is I got very hung up on the 2 options of what A could be, which was not actually, which was useful. Getting down A to being 8 was useful, but it's very obvious now that should have forced either G or H to be 9. And it just took me a long time to see that, but I'm glad I saw it. I feel good about seeing it. And so I'm glad. And most of all, Scojo, I'm glad that you just didn't crack and start giving me hints because it was taking me so long. But I think you have a very particular style of meta rules that I find very intimidating often, but they can be so satisfying. Right, dude, if I'd listened to you, I would have just guessed about the 8 or 9. when you were telling me to guess rather than seeing the most beautiful logic in the puzzle. We would have bulldozed over the most beautiful logic in the whole puzzle. This was interesting. I was very fixated on the one being up here during this. I'm sure. I mean, yeah, I got there. There's a very, now that you say the 9 had to be in the 20 cage, it becomes very obvious that this could be very simple. I was very fixated on the 1 being up here somewhere and trying to work that out. Which I would have done much more quickly if I could do basic arithmetic. Yeah, but I don't know what else to say. Really, really interesting. And really, for like a pretty constrained set of rules. To be so... I know what you mean, right, dude? But I want to be able to find it. I think that... I don't know. Is 8... Is 5, 8, 7 if there's not a 9 like common Sudoku... Oh, I think that's true for many people with Viking Prime puzzles. Okay, I'm going to sign off. Thank you both for sticking around so much. Thank you to everybody who stuck around. I really appreciate it. Scojo, again, kudos on the Groat puzzle. Rad Dude, thank you again for coming around. It's nice to see you again. Everybody else who stopped by. Ratfink. Sorry, once I made a thing that tracked everybody who stopped by, but of course everything is broken because I no longer work on anything. I just do Sudoku all the time. Okay. Anyway, I will see you next time. At some point, you know what? I actually did have some things I wanted to talk about today. I need some suggestions. Maybe I'll just take it to the Discord. Anyway, we'll take it to the Discord. Thanks, everybody. I'll see you next time. Bye.